like it. I never like even fully commit now. Like I'm so beaten down by life, you know.
That's good to be that way, though. Well, it's not if you want to be a leader.
No,
man, because people want to follow confidence. But it's good that actually people do respect someone who considers their choices.
Yeah.
All right, this is a quick question for you guys. This next one, okay? This is more of a philosophical discussion, I suppose.
Good grief.
What is one good thing humans have done for the world, and not human society, but the natural world, that wasn't something caused by us in the first place? For example, sea cucumbers, right? The humble sea cucumber filters ocean water and makes it cleaner. Or bees make honey, but in the process they also pollinate flowers and help flowers and stuff like that. So what have humans done by our existence to the benefit of the natural world?
We're not talking about helping other humans out with this.
No, we're nothing to do with humans. The natural world. So when we say the natural world, we always remove ourselves from it. I think because we know that most human sort of society and progress is unnatural. I mean, buildings and cars and planes and the way we farm and everything is not natural. We're not just foragers. You know, we're changing, and we have changed and continue to change the world to suit us at the detriment of everything else on it. So I suppose the question is, what have we done just by existing that has been to the benefit of the world in much the same way that bees happen to help pollinate flowers?
I think this could be a very depressing question, in that we clearly have left an indelible mark on this planet from the human being here, and polluted and fucked up large areas of the planet. Humans tend to take from Earth as if it is, and have in many ways because we didn't know any better back in the day, and even today the idea that God will replenish or fix things. I think from a purely ecological point of view, I think man has been a disaster, from fucking mining oil to nuclear testing. God, it's been like, you name it, it feels bad, right? But at the same time, we were way worse, and we are moving in a direction that is way better. There is a lot less. Now we are actually aware of how we're impacting the planet. The direction has been entirely positive, especially with things like trying to, the ozone layer getting fixed, and not setting off nukes all the time, and trying to phase out fossil fuels, even though it's a struggle. I think that it is hard and scary to think that these things, and also it's really horrible to think all the terrible things we've done, but it's not as bad as it was, and it is in a direction where it will be more sustainable at the end of the day. We can't just delete humans off the planet and put it back to how it was. So working towards a way to fix it is better. I think from a point of view of what have we given to the planet, I think it's hard to say. Like, we've gone into space. Like, I think that's a really impressive thing that we've done. We've left a legacy beyond the planet.
That's not the planet. That's purely selfish.
I think in a roundabout way it will benefit the planet, because it means that one day we might leave.
Exactly, right? And also aliens who are way more cool than us might come along and put the planet back to normal, right?
Yeah.
There's actually a chance of that.
There's a magical
wand. Well, there's a chance of that. There's more of a chance of that coming down and being like, I'm magic it back to normal. Like,
you're basically replacing God with aliens, and they'll just be like, we'll fix your planet, simple humans. Why would they do that?
Exactly. Well, in millions of years, once we're dead, they're not coming around next week, is what I'm saying. But maybe we should.
They're never coming.
They're not fixing it.
Well, not in your lifetime.
They're sitting in their battle cruiser saying, Zark, invade.
They're not invade, Zark, eradicate.
Have we got any good things that we've done for the planet? Can you think of anything?
I can think of a handful.
Okay.
They are very indirect, in much the same way that the bees don't know they're pollinating flowers. It's just consequential. I think we have helped the population of very specific life forms by dint of our waste and our gluttony.
Rats, you mean?
Rats, cockroaches.
I mean, the natural world must be so pleased that we exist, because all the rats they've left everywhere else, and they just live in sewers in the shitty parts of cities that nothing else lives in.
All that stuff that we've built,
right,
that those animals prosper in. Pigeons, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Not pigeons. They're actually, I think they're rock doves. They're loving it. Seagulls are loving it. Like any carrion feeder, any waste feeder, fucking loves human beings.
Yeah.
For the fact that they just chuck shit around.
Or is grateful to them.
And they're
in some way.
perfectly happy to live in our shitty urban environments because they're like, we don't care. We just want to go where the food is. And luckily, our food happens to be half a burger you didn't want to finish. We're fucking all over that. Thank you so much. People drop their food all over the floor. All the little ants that live in the cracks in the pavement in New York City, they're all about that. I think we have assisted carrion feeders and waste feeders. They love us.
Yeah, they must.
Everything else fucking hates them.
Anything else?
Oh, algae. I think the pollution that we put in the world has caused algae to bloom.
Let's have a fucking shout out to algae.
Oh my
right
god,
now.
you see on,
They're shouting us out.
on the news the other night, they've got like a huge outbreak of it in, I think it's Northern Ireland.
Algae
like,
is having a fucking whale of a
their
time.
primary drinking water source is just like full of this stuff. It's just
Loving it.
Fucking
Also,
terrible.
viruses and diseases that are only contractable by human beings.
Viruses and
Golden age.
diseases.
Golden age
They
for them.
they love us.
It's a golden AIDS.
Yeah, it's a golden AIDS. Alright, this is from Phil.
I got lots of really important friends in the virus and bacteria community. They love me out there.
This is Phil and his mates produced a list. S star tier down to F tier. And just things. They're just ranking things.
Anything.
And you guys tell me if you think these are in the correct category.
Right, okay.
Hang on, what the fuck? It's just random things.
It's just stuff.
Okay.
Alright.
Where do we start? Should we start with the bottom?
I'm going to start at the bottom, alright?
Right.
The only thing on this list, no, this is F. The only thing on this list that goes down as far as F tier.
Oh, wait, let's think. What is the worst thing? Sips.
Just thing.
This podcast.
I mean, this is no, exactly. That would be G tier.
Triforce podcast.
Yeah, there.
The what?
But all I'm saying is that this is not like a definitive. Like, it's not like death. You know what I mean? Death
Right.
isn't on there. Like disease, war.
It's like one
F-
step away.
F is two-factor authentication. Two-factor authentication.
Two-factor authentication is F tier.
F tier.
Oh, I
No,
disagree with that.
it's not. I disagree.
E tier is customs. Like at the airport, having to go through customs.
I would put that in
Paper
F.
straws.
I would put that in F tier.
Customs can go into F.
Paper straws. That's E tier as well, apparently.
Paper straws are fucking shit.
Paper straws, I don't give a shit about, honestly.
D tier.
I wouldn't put them in any tier. I just don't even think about them.
I'm putting them in E.
Alright, D tier. TK Maxx vouchers.
I think if you're an adult and you're drinking with a straw, you should be in F tier, honestly.
Well, also, like, well, it's for your teeth. You know, you gotta keep your defensive.
Yeah, just fucking drink water or something. Like, why?
No, why your teeth are so fucking brown, bitch.
I don't like people complain about straws so much.
Mobile phone charging cables. Earmuffs.
They are D tier. You're right.
Birthday
Earmuffs fucking
cards.
garbage.
Oh, birthday
Boosters.
cards. Birthday
Garbage.
cards can go in F tier.
Goose
Shoes can go in F tier.
Polystyrene.
Yes, fucking shit.
Blisters.
Blisters can go
These
in.
are all D tier.
These are all F tier for me.
This
These
is
are
great.
D-
These
these are
are
all
your
D
worst tier. You're right.
C tier. Fire alarms.
Oh, they're D tier lead as well.
1 and 2 piece sweets. Fingerless gloves.
Fingerless
Oh yeah,
gloves
crap.
can go in F
Post
tier.
offices.
Oh no.
Hats with gloves attached.
Come on, post offices in C tier?
They might be okay in fucking Jersey, but you know, you're likely to get put in prison if you run one. Dangerous.
Okay.
Tinfoil is in C tier.
That's correct.
Also tax.
Tax.
They put
Tax.
tax. As in income tax.
Oh,
Yeah.
not like floor, like carpet
No,
tax.
not like carpet tax.
Okay,
Tax.
well, they're probably also C tier, because those things fucking suck.
Right. B. Most improved awards. Bags.
Oh.
Carbon monoxide alarms.
Okay. Yeah.
Seats. Seats. Mugs. Yeah, seats. Mugs.
I gotta say, I don't
Handles.
think about any of these things enough to tier them. Like,
That's
Well,
why they're in B tier.
Yeah,
I guess.
music. Pick and mix.
Yeah, these are all in B tier. You're
Drive-throughs.
right.
Right. Yep.
Velcro.
Yep.
Sandpaper.
Sure.
God, this is
It's very
so
good.
It's got everything.
This
Arms.
is such a good
Arms.
list. Arms.
Arms.
They're definitely B tier.
Moisturizer.
Yep.
And then the final 3 go nicely together. Paint, napkins, socks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are all like so
Yeah.
B tier, aren't they?
Yeah.
I can't be happy. Any of those things.
Yeah, but
Do you know what I
it's
mean?
just, it is what it is. I mean, those
Just-
are like, just things, man.
These are the missionary positions of things. Like there's so bland.
The missionary position is B tier.
Yeah, there you go.
Now we're getting into a little bit of fucking reverse cowbell.
Vanilla ice cream is probably B tier. I'd say.
Alright,
Yeah.
so we got wheels, doors,
wheels.
spoons.
So are we in A tier now?
We're in
these
A
are,
tier.
Right.
These are all good things. Yeah, I love
Wheels.
50p's.
Okay.
50p's.
Hats, bowls, paper, karaoke,
Yeah. Oh,
chocolate mini rolls, swings, custard creams,
A tier. Custard creams are not A tier.
dwarfs,
Dwarfs are definitely A tier.
penguins,
Yeah, okay. Pokemon.
pockets,
Yes.
bubble wrap, warm socks, photosynthesis.
Oh, okay. Photosynthesis.
This email has been Michael McIntyre's The Wheel of mailbag emails for me.
I love it.
This is like a comedy set.
This is
I like
S
this.
tier. This is S tier.
Oh, here we
This
go.
is 4 things. I'm going to read them quickly. You can respond up. Bins, tables, Tupperware, water.
Bins, tables, Tupperware, water. These are all S tier.
Apparently S tier.
Does it go higher? Does it go S?
There's one more thing.
Oh.
There's S star.
He's fucking slipped over and fucking cracked his head open. What are these fucking things? Bins.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know
What was the other one?
Bins,
Herpes.
tables, Tupperware, water.
Tables, Tupperware, water.
Yeah. They're way
Tupperware
off.
is not S tier.
Yeah, I agree.
It's C tier. Tables are probably A or B, along with doors.
Why is bins?
Bins is not. Bins are C tier. I mean, they're
Bins
useful,
better than
but
doors,
like
apparently.
they're annoying. And
Alright, the S star is the Nintendo DS.
okay, the best-selling
handheld
console.
Yeah. It's
I
just
mean,
there alone. There's nothing else in
That's
there.
it. It's on its own.
Right.
Okay, let's quickly write our own tier list. I want you guys to
I
think
think
something.
this is good.
Okay, F tier. This
Wait,
email.
wait.
Also in F tier, the conversation surrounding this email.
Wait.
F tier. The last 10 minutes of this podcast can go in F
I'd say
tier.
F tier. Nobody fucking listening. When I'm trying to come up with a very, very simple format here, we each add one thing to each tier. Can we just do that? And then
Okay,
everybody
sure.
gets a say, and this actually is a list.
Okay.
Let's
Okay,
start
can
with
I-
F.
dog
Everybody gets
shit.
to add one F. You're putting dog shit. That's
Dog
good.
shit.
Right.
Dog shit. Lewis.
Shit from
what
a
do you
dog's
say?
ass.
Are you putting that as well, Sid?
No, that's Lewis's. I was just.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
So what is your F?
I'm gonna say seagulls.
Seagulls.
Seagulls. They are so fucking
I
annoying.
fucking hate them.
I'm
They're
gonna put.
the noise they make wakes you up in the morning. Oh, it
really
fucks me up.
fucking grinds my gears. The bin, fucking the reversing sound on trucks and vans.
Oh,
Right.
God.
That's your F
yeah, like
tier.
Like,
On the bin.
that's
truck.
like a nails on chalkboard.
Yeah. Right.
fucking-
E.
A pet cat.
I'm putting hangers.
I'm putting a pet cat.
You're putting
I'm-
a pet cat is E tier.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think like fucking worms.
As in when someone has contracted worms.
Video game. He's just putting video games.
I think just write worms.
Worms. I've just put worms. Alright, D tier.
A pet dog for me.
Pet dog. Alright, what do you
No.
put?
I put in like warts.
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 Okay, that's pretty good.
Oh wait, no, calluses. How about that? Like
Calluses.
like calluses. They're deep, right?
Alright, I'll put that. That's
Some
neat.
people like them because they're like showing that you play guitar or whatever.
Yeah,
But I
that's
think
true.
they're fucking gross.
I'm gonna put bad ventriloquism.
Okay.
Really terrible.
Very
Alright,
annoying.
C tier.
Diapers for me.
Diapers. So useful but also gross, right? Like that's pretty C. I
Yeah,
always think of C as being stuff that's mid.
I think football.
Okay, football.
Football for me.
I'm gonna put people who don't like football.
No, I think football's mid. That's not. You know,
Yeah, and I'm gonna say
doesn't make
people,
me
that like,
C
people
tier.
that go on and on about how much they don't like football. Do you see that display last night? I know that joke. Fuck off. If you don't like it, fuck off. Just
Okay.
talk about something else. People who don't like football, C tier wankers. B tier, now we're getting to stuff that's actually quite good.
So yeah, there's stuff that's like of moderate importance.
I'm gonna
Next
put
one-
my mechanical keyboard. I love it.
Oh, I'm gonna put Warhammer.
Alright.
I'm gonna put air conditioning.
Oh yeah, that's
you're
a good
right.
one.
It is.
It's B. You can live without it, but it's very it's nice. It's nice. All right, now we're into A tier.
Tits for me.
Yeah, I'll put ass.
I'm gonna put.
We have tits.
food.
We have ass. You've got food.
Well, just all food.
All right, fine.
So I'm gonna change that to vegan food. Although we've gone for tits and ass, you've gone for vegan food.
Well, you know,
S tier. What's S tier?
Well,
Macaroni and cheese.
Mac and cheese.
orgasms.
Oh, baby. I'm gonna put cider. What's S star?
That is
Jacking off.
Jerking it. I'm gonna put jerking.
Going into space.
Going into space.
we are actual children. Ambulances. Fire trucks.
I'm gonna put S tier and Triforce Mail.
Oh man. Good call. Good call.
That's the list.
That's funny as fuck.
That is
I'll
good.
pop it on the Discord for. There you go.
Fucking hell.
Jerking it.
Jerking it.
Oh yeah, nice.
Worms.
Calluses. Who said calluses?
I don't know. It's hard to categorize this shit.
Oh man, yeah, this is a tough one. Calluses.
Good email. Well, alright, this is I guess the last email. I suck at board games. This is from Luca.
Right, Luca. Don't
Me
worry
and my
about
girlfriend have a large collection of board games, over 100. We have all kinds, simple, complicated party games, etc. We've been playing and collecting for about 8 years. We enjoy partaking in long game nights with various groups of friends we've made along the way. The problem, for me at least, is that I come in last place around 80% of the time. On some occasions I come in second to last, and very rarely I win, and I can't explain why. I pride myself on being a good teacher of board games. I'm deep in this hobby, but still suck terribly at it. I want to ask you if you have some general board gaming advice or tactics that may help you.
I don't honestly
I have a bunch, yeah. Go on, you
with
guys.
board games though, like maybe you're looking at it like the wrong way, because if you have a group of friends or various groups of friends that you enjoy playing board games with and you have a lot of fun and stuff, well, I wouldn't say that you're bad at board games. I think that sounds great. Like it doesn't matter that you come in last place. It's like I know it's cliche to say, oh, it's the taking part, but it is, right? It's a social thing. You're having fun. You're doing something fun with your partner and with other people, and you're having fun. Who cares if you come in last place? You know, just be the guy who comes in last place, and just keep having fun. You know, and like you obviously know enough to play the game, but just other people are just luckier than you or slightly better technically at the game. It doesn't matter as long as you're having fun and hanging out with your friends.
But the thing is, I feel like, and I don't know if Lewis agrees with me on this, my ideal situation for any game is that in terms of ability and understanding, we're all pretty much equal. And there'll naturally be some variance because there's always a little bit of luck in games, and sometimes you just get the right draw and everything works out for you. But you want to feel going in like you have as good a chance to win as anybody else.
Yeah, I think the best.
That it's going to be a good competitive game because that's what makes any competition fun.
Yeah.
Is it is competitive.
Yeah.
If, for example, I was regularly part of a board game crowd and we played every Friday and I always lost, am I actually contributing anything to the playing of that game? Because nobody needs to worry about me.
Well,
there's no strategy required to beat me. No one is ever like having a, how are we going to beat Ted because he's got that good strategy?
Yeah, but
that's never
you
going to
might
come
turn
up.
around, surprise somebody someday or whatever. I mean, somebody has to lose. Like that's no matter.
Right, but you
no matter
don't
what.
want it to always be
You don't want it to be always you, but I think the kinds of games you're playing matter as well, because the best games give you the sense that you have a chance to win all throughout.
Right, but
until
this
the
lad
end.
never does.
Well,
That's the point.
I don't know.
Okay, so these days, modern games are based on the Euro idea that you don't know who is winning till the end.
Yeah.
Right. The whole point is it's about the journey. It's about journey before destination. You know, it's oftentimes the game end and the working out who won is the last 5 minutes of your 3-hour gaming session.
Yeah.
Right. Like, and as a result, bulk of the experience. It kind of doesn't matter who won. I know who won often remembers who won. So you'll come back next week and you'll be like, oh, who won last time? Because it's almost like not
is the answer.
Now, however, some games that I don't think are as good, such as, I don't know, Catan.
Do you think Ben was born with the ability to win, or do you think he developed his ability to win over time?
He plays a lot of games, but Ben is also very good at making quite quick, accurate, strategic and tactical decisions about the game he's playing. Having played a lot of games with him, he's very good at that. He also understands games and how to win.
Yeah, but he sucks at arm wrestling, so... What do you want?
Certain people get different pleasures out of games, right? Some people like to lean into a strategy and collective things. I'm actually very similar to this guy in that when I'm playing board games, I often don't win because I'm picking things that are fun or funny instead of the things that are necessarily the best, right? I'm like, well, I've got all these blue things, and this blue thing works with the other blue things. I'm just going to pick that, right? And then that's, the games encourage you to do that, right? And lean in. And I think sometimes I'm the same with Dota, right? Like, I got bored quick of a hero, and I didn't do what you have to do, which is play the same hero again and again and again. I basically played a different hero of Dota every time, which is why I never really learned any of them well, right? And there was other reasons I was bad at Dota. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that people play games differently, and there's a lot of different games. There's much lighter games that are not as serious and are more luck-based, and then, you might well win those because they're not as deep and strategical. And then there's the 3-hour slogfests where, people, the human calculators are probably going to win them every time, unless, you really, get your heels in and go on the Discord and talk about strategy. And it's different. They're different, right? You've got the whole spectrum of games to play, and I would just advise that you mix up your games, try new ones. A new game, everyone's on an equal playing field, right? So you're not going to lose every time. And also, it's a refreshing jaunt into a new world, right? Each of these new settings, like one day you're building trains, one day you're building cars, one day you're exploring a tomb. There's like different settings there to. I think you should, I know board games are expensive, but you can go to a board game cafe and try that.
Do you know what? Here's a tip for you. Here's one tip for you that I've noticed from people who do beat me a lot of games, is that you need to pick something and focus on that. So it's a bit like Civ. If you're going for a fake victory, commit to that. If you're playing, and also look for stuff that scores decent points and is easy to get. Quite often these games will have very high value things that are actually not worth chasing. Because A, you might not get there, or B, you've put so much effort into this one thing. Some guy that's just middling it up the whole time does better than you. An example would be this game I played called Agricola. I play that with my kids from time to time. You can get animals, or you can get wheat.
Yeah.
And if you get wheat, you get the points real easy, and you don't have to fuck about with the animals. They like the animals because they're cute. Get the wheat. Just realize early on, hang on a sec, there's a ton of value in wheat. I'm gonna go for wheat. Just commit to something like that. That's what I did. Crush them. My wheat farm crushes them. I buy them up, I kick them out of their houses, and I kill all the animals. That's a great one.
Right.
Nice.
Yeah, and I will say, along with Sips, sometimes it's nice to let someone else win for once.
Yeah, I do that all the time.
So don't feel bad. I would avoid games where there's confrontation during the game. Have a finger on the pulse of whether or not you're having fun.
Yeah.
Right? During the game. Because sometimes with these games are like, oh, this guy's winning, let's all gang up against him. And that feels bad.
Yeah, it feels great.
So, yeah, I think just be aware of gaming experiences where in the middle of it, you're not having fun. Because that means usually that the game is bad.
Yeah, like Monopoly.
Yeah, exactly like that.
But Monopoly's supposed to be bad because it teaches you how bad monopolies are.
Go fuck yourself.
It's a terrible game.
Go fuck yourself if you thought that.
The Monopoly's a terrible game.
Oh, Monopoly's bad because it teaches you it's supposed to be bad, so you have a bad experience because the capitalist system that we all live under is terribly. Do you know what I mean? Because it was originally Monopoly was originally designed.
Yeah. It's just bad game design.
Exactly.
I want to make a correction to my previous statement about the tier thing being in the F tier. I'd like to move that up to D and then move the Monopoly conversation down to F.
For me,
the tier list.
I agree.
Alright, this is from Liam. This is inspired by episode 290 with Lewis Lewis mentioned his seasonal allergies making his eyelids stick together, which reminded me of my own experience. Twice in my life, I've had my eyes removed and put back in my head.
Good. There's no way.
I
Just
had
like that science does not
no,
exist.
you find out. I had strabismus surgery to correct my lazy eye. Once at age 4 and again at age 18. They put me under general anesthesia, removed my eyes from their sockets, cut the muscles to realign them, stitched the sockets up, put the eyes back in. The reason to have this surgery is that with the eye being lazy, presumably very lazy, it could eventually lead to me becoming blind in that eye because my brain would lose the connection and just shut the eye off.
Oh,
So it's
really?
just like, fuck this eye, it's not working. This surgery sucked for many reasons. A constant itch behind your eyeballs that you can never scratch.
Oh,
Imagine that.
man.
Eye drops help, but not much. For months, I'd wake up with gunk gluing my eyes shut. I have to walk blind to the bathroom to wash it off. And the surgery corrected my eyes for about a month before they reverted, making it feel like a waste. The first time at 4 years old did make a big difference, however. After surgery, I looked like a zombie with bloody tear marks and completely red whites in my eyes due to trauma. And because of the trauma, he now has a permanent yellow ring around his pupil, while the rest of his eye is green. This is common after eye surgery and most likely happened when I had it done the first time at 4. How about that? Liam?
Oh my god, man.
So sorry.
That's really
Oh,
sucks
God.
the bag.
So I was just looking at, because I remember there was a famous actress who had strabismus, which Norma Shearer, her name was, right? And
Let me look her up. Norma
she was
Shearer.
like a kind of an actress from the golden age, you know, who sort of played. Her Wikipedia article says she played spunky, sexually liberated women.
Hell
and
yeah. She was fit as.
she was a lovely looking lady, and there's this. I remember reading this before because it said Shearer risked some of her savings on a consultation with Dr. William Bates, pioneer in the treatment of strabismus like lazy eyes. And I was like, oh my god, what kind of horrible surgery did she undergo? You know. And he said he wrote out a series of muscle strengthening exercises that, after many years of daily practice, would help her successfully conceal her strabismus for long periods of time on the screen. So she was like,
She trained her eyes, basically.
she just basically would like strengthen or weaken the muscles until she could like keep her eyes straight. But it kind of looks quite nice with them like the wrong way anyway. I think that it's funny how the lazy eye looking outwards is quite frightening. It's quite like Frankenstein-y and monster-y in a way, like, as always.
Apologies
right?
to anyone with a lazy
Oh
eye.
my
You do
God.
not look like Frankenstein's monster.
No, but it's more more that the monsters have had these weird looks right, to make them scary.
Frankenstein's
because it's
monster
like-
didn't have a lazy eye.
Oh, it's such a trope, the lazy eye as the monster.
Man, this
thing, right?
woman's sister's name is Adhole. Imagine like you're playing outside. Adhole! Adhole, it's time to come in! Get that little Adhole in here!
That's a name you don't hear anymore.
That is true.
The other name you don't hear anymore is gay. That used to be a real popular name.
Gaylord Fokker.
Exactly.
And Martha
Yeah.
Fokker, if you remember from the movies.
That name has
Someone was
died.
saying the last person to be called gay was born in 1982.
We had a family friend. We had a couple that my parents were friends with. Their names were Pierre and Gay.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
Pierre and Gay.
The woman's name was Gay.
Oh, that's I think we can bring it back. You know, have you thought about your kids?
Pierre or
Gay?
Gay? No, I have not.
Yeah.
I was going to call one of them Gay Pierre.
Okay. I think that's just French though, so that's okay.
Gay Pierre? Or
Probably
Gay
means
Pierre?
something else. Well, there you go.
We've had a lot of emails about funky names. We don't need unless you've got a real corker.
Like Adhole.
Like Apple, but I want a list. Don't just give me one in like a 3-paragraph email. I don't need the setup. We just need the funny names. Just give us the punchline. Just give us the punchline.
Where does that name even come from? Right?
Don't know. Someone was just being a real asshole one day and the name stuck.
What an Adhole!
Hey, little trifles mailbag admin. It's imperiumflax@gmail.com is the email address. Send them over. Please don't send huge emails because they're great. I read them. They're really good, but they're just too long and it's difficult live while I'm recording to edit. So bring the volume down a little bit. Just be your own editor and think, do I need that paragraph? Probably not. Let's trim it down. And then keep them coming. Had some great emails lately.
I agree.
And we really appreciate it. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
We love you.
So much. Love you lots. Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
This episode is brought to you by Jira. Ever wonder how those big marketing campaigns that make headlines get delivered on time? It all starts with Jira, the only project management tool you need to plan and track work across any team. Every step of that campaign is organised in one place, from launching the campaign all the way back to designing ads and writing creative briefs. Get started on your next big marketing campaign idea today in Jira. Sephora stores are everywhere you are, so just pop in when you need a brown lip to match your 90s playlist, a confidence boost before your interview, or a last-minute gift for mom's birthday. There's always a Sephora near you. Just pop in. Use our store locator to find your local Sephora or Sephora at Kohl's.
Welcome to another mailbag special. Well, we shouldn't call it special. It's just a Triforce mailbag.
Some of them are really special, though.
Yeah, but you couldn't have a special every other week. That's not a special. Like you have like a Christmas special or something.
Well, I've been watching The Bear recently, and they're changing their menu every single day, and that's kind of special too. So
Well, you do have a special, a daily special, which is like the thing that they've got too much of and they want to ship.
No, these guys are just changing the menu every single day and using top ingredients, and it's becoming an issue for them.
Oh man, what series are you on?
3.
Oh, I haven't started 3 yet. So
sorry, spoilers.
That's all right. Restaurant things happen.
Yes.
Oh God,
yes.
I didn't know there was going to be cooking this season. That's great.
Yeah, we're going to segue into him becoming a commercial airline pilot, which is also quite a stressful job sometimes.
That's true.
Yeah.
Before we get into the emails, obviously you guys know I'm a big baseball fan. I have prepared a list of baseball slang.
Okay.
And I'd love to hear if you guys know what these things are. Or
Sure.
if you can guess.
Yeah. Okay.
So let's start with a nice easy one. This first one is can of corn.
I'm familiar with baseball, but I can't say that I've ever heard of a can of corn in relation to baseball.
Is that when you hit the ball with the handle of the bat or something? I don't know. Like
No.
it's the wrong.
Can of corn is when it's a big high fly ball and you can just hold your glove there and it just falls lazily into your glove. It's like an easy
Right.
catch, a high fly
Right.
ball that's easy.
A can of corn is easy to catch.
Yeah,
is it?
yeah.
Okay.
I would refer to that as a pop fly, but there you go.
Well, the pop fly is another one, but the can of corn is specifically and that is a can of corn. Like they use these, they don't just say that's a pop fly every time. Because it's obviously an old game. It's been broadcast for 100 years or whatever.
There is a blooper.
Right, a blooper single out to left field. That's the kind of thing he hits. So
Yeah.
here's the next one: chin music.
Chin music.
Yeah.
Is that something to do with the bat catcher?
The catcher?
Yeah.
Bat catcher.
What the
The guy
bat
who catches the bats to stop them.
The catcher.
No, it's not the catcher. So
Is it
go on.
Is it getting hit in the face?
Close. A pitch that whizzes by the chin of the batter, such
Oh.
that they can hear it sing. So it's like an intimidating pitch. You give them a bit of the old chin music.
Right. Chin
Chin
whistler.
music. What is a frozen rope?
Frozen rope.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that might be. Is that to do with? No. Okay, no.
It's something to do with like the in between bases being very covered.
Is it if the bases are stacked or something?
No, a frozen rope is when the ball is hit so powerfully and so well that it's like a straight line, like a laser beam. Like a frozen rope. There's no dip to it at all. It's just like a power shot. It's just like straight out.
Okay. Well, I thought it was maybe because there was something to do with like ropes being
No, I get it. It's a
between
good
the
guess.
bases to
It's a
measure
good
out
guess.
stuff. I don't know.
What about the golden sombrero?
I think you have to pay extra for that.
I'm here for the golden sombrero. You know what I mean? Any guess, Sibs?
I don't know. I have no clue.
It's the fictitious trophy awarded to a batter who strikes out 4 times in a game. They get the golden
Yikes.
sombrero. It's like instead of a hat trick. A hat trick is 3.
Yeah.
The golden sombrero is 4. All right, this should be gettable. A worm burner.
A worm.
A worm burner.
Yeah.
That's one. That's a ball that rolls on the ground.
Right, like a daisy cutter. It's a worm burner.
That's when you hit the ball and it just goes straight on the ground.
Yeah. All right, big as a grapefruit.
Big as a grapefruit.
Big as a grapefruit.
An easy to hit pitch.
So, you're very close. It's not an easy to hit pitch. It's a pitch that, let's say the hitter is doing well. He just sees the pitch well. He's guessed where it's going to go, and Mickey Mantle said it was like I just saw the ball as big as a grapefruit. Like he's just seen it really well. And the opposite is swinging at aspirins. It's obviously they're very little. It's when you're in a
swinging at aspirins.
Swinging at aspirins, or if you pitch it's throwing seeds. It's like you're throwing pitches so fast and so hard to see them. It's like the pitcher, the batter.
Trying to hit a mosquito.
All right, these are the last 4, I promise. Okay.
These are all ones I've never heard.
Well, yeah, I went for the deep cuts. All right,
Right.
The hidden ball trick. You know what the hidden ball trick is?
No.
That's when it's when they do that fake out pitch and then they swing and then they go for the real one after.
So that's a
behind the
big.
back.
No. So they can't do that. That's a ball. The hidden ball trick is when sometimes they throw to first to try to get the runner at first if he's off the bag, and then the first baseman pretends to throw it back to the pitcher, but actually holds the ball. And if the guy on base stands up to dust himself off, he tag him and he's out. That's the hidden ball trick.
Oh, I see. So he saw the motion, but he didn't see the ball.
Yeah, he didn't see the ball because sometimes people up in.
That's lame. I don't think that
No,
should be
it's
in
awesome.
the game.
It is awesome, believe it.
Lame.
All right, the dead ball era.
The dead ball era.
Yeah.
The dead ball era.
Yeah, it sounds like a
Era.
historic event, but the dead ball era.
I have no
I'm
idea.
coming up to my dead ball era.
Well, you had that pain in the nuts the other week, so.
I did.
Did you have nut pain?
Well, I told you, didn't I? I was told when we were streaming that apparently what can happen is if one of your balls, if you hit the balls, you get like damage.
You could get some swelling.
It can like shrink, right?
Right.
And then the other one will grow to like replace the missing.
The other ball was like, look at me, I'm the daddy now.
So you can get like a mega ball. So shout out
Is
to
that what
anyone
you
out
got?
there with a mega ball. No, but I'm just saying that
I just read about it.
I just
All
thinking,
right.
I'm not worried about it.
Well,
I'm
that's
worried
still
that
nothing
I'll
on the
have
95-pound testicle that I told
a
you
dead
guys
ball.
about.
But I guess that would be my dead ball era. So
The dead ball era was 1900 to 1920, when they basically didn't change the ball up very much. It could get all
they
scuffed
used
up.
the same ball.
Yeah.
It's not referring to something within the game as such.
No, it is.
It's referring to a period of time to do with the game.
So
Yeah.
So the ball got like fucked up.
Yeah,
right?
and there's the pitches would scuff it up. It was like cricket, where the ball gets all fucked up, and they
right.
change it occasionally. So it was much harder to hit the ball. Everybody's batting average was in
There's
the
always
dead.
been a bit of this, like adulteration of the ball. I remember watching cricket
Yeah.
back in the like 90s, and people were always rubbing mud on it and spitting on it,
Yeah.
and fucking doing all sorts of shit.
Picking it
to,
and
like,
rubbing it with a
fuck
bit of
up.
sandpaper,
Yeah.
because you get more grip or it spins more, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Alright, last 2, the Green Monster.
Is that something
It's
to
the
do?
Grinch.
It's not the Grinch.
It's Shrek.
It's a wall at Fenway Park, the home of the Boston Red Sox. It's
Yeah.
literally a wall. It's painted green.
Yeah.
And it's
You played
really,
Fallout,
really big.
Fallout 4, I think.
It's in there, right?
It's in there as well.
Is it?
Yeah. And the
Big
last
green
one,
wall.
the last one is Moneyball. You know what Moneyball is?
I've seen the movie, but is
Yeah.
it something to do with the movie?
Yeah. They call it Moneyball. You know what Moneyball is?
I can't remember
Is-
what the meaning was.
Oh god, is it to do with like I don't know, is it like a one shot? Is it like it was like a one ball and he's out?
No, it's a way of managing your baseball team that maximizes spending as little money as possible because you haven't got any
Yeah.
to get the most value for money team that you can.
Yeah, so
Okay.
you're looking at the science of
Yeah,
like
so you're looking at
their
the
batting
statistics and
averages, statistics, all this stuff.
Yeah.
to-
It's like
to
playing
basically put together.
spreadsheets in.
Right. And then like
Yeah.
what can we get that
It's
will
like
help
how I
us
play
with
Football Manager.
exactly.
Yes.
You got to do a bit of money.
You sort by the columns.
No
to,
transfer
like, okay,
fee.
who's got the best ratio of money
Are
to,
you
to
15
goals?
years old? Can you jump
Exactly.
high? Those are the kind of guys I'm looking for.
Right. How high can
I
you
want
jump?
jumpers.
15-year-old jumpers.
Yes.
Yeah,
All right, let's
sure.
get to some males. I just thought that would stuff.
I like that.
Well, this is called We Got 'Em, brackets, Sips. Hey, period, long-time listener from Georgia. After 8 years, I've started to get back and start the podcast over. When I re-listened to episode 14 entitled Oh DeVito, and I caught a Sips quote that aged like fine milk from 1934, very specific.
Right.
The topic of The Apprentice came up. And
Yes.
Sips says, and I quote, I didn't mind it, but I wouldn't watch it like fucking 10 years of that show. Jesus.
Yeah, here we are, 10 years later, and it sucked me right in.
It grabbed you by the balls.
It's grabbed me by my mega ball. It's grabbed me by the money ball. And, yeah, no, I have watched it pretty much consistently for 10 years since,
Yes, you
I'd
have.
say. Yeah.
Yeah.
We talk about it every time there's a new season. It comes up. It's how it is, who's on it, what it's like.
You
It's
say
Yeah.
you talk about it in this kind of frustrated, angry way.
Yes.
like
Yeah.
these fucking people, like every time. It's
I
like,
know.
Hate watching. Hate
Yes,
watching.
it is hate watching, yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly.
But here I am still hate watching that
Still
show.
a
Days like milk.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's tons of that stuff.
God, if we listened to everything we said we wouldn't do, or didn't enjoy, or wouldn't get into, and then found out, later.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that stuff where I've been.
Yeah.
I feel like I probably am the same, but I like to think that I'm not the same. But I definitely have known within myself that I will be very quick to judge and condemn something without even giving it a try, And I need to be more open.
Nice. This is called Boomer Gamers.
Right.
It's not directed at us.
Oh,
Just finished listening to Mailbag 35 where you spoke about boomers and their gaming habits. My dad is a classic right-wing boomer that grew up a big nerd. Sounds like my dad, honestly. He gave up gaming around the time my brother and I could play for ourselves, but we loved watching him play Super Mario 64. Last year, Super Mario 64? That can't be that old. Last year, my wife and I introduced him to Satisfactory.
Oh, shit.
In the hopes he would spend more time playing a brain-intensive game and less time wallowing in QAnon horseshit. He owns and operates a concrete plant, so we figured Satisfactory would be attractive to him. I watched him boot it up for the first time, and he simply could not understand moving in first person, nor could he press any keyboard keys without looking down at the keyboard. In the years since, he has put in hundreds of hours and loves to show us his progress on his truly spectacular factory. This guy has gotten much further in the game than I ever did, having built a particle accelerator, several nuclear reactors, etc. I'm
Jeez.
really
Wow.
impressed at his ability to improve so much in control of the game, the boggling constructions he's made. My mum still huffs whenever he's playing that silly game, but I like to think we're saving his old brain.
Yeah, no, I
Yes.
think that's good.
Oh, totally. And it's so
Better to spend your time doing that than reading
It's such a
crap
well-named
on the
game
internet.
because it
Jesus.
is immensely satisfying to. It's like I always say these games, these factories. I'm playing Factorio with Duncan and Foundry as well, the new Paradox one.
Yeah.
They're just like kind of chore sim, right? Like you get your list of jobs and you're like, okay, I need to hook this thing up and hook this thing up and do this and then do this, and it's never ending, right? That to-do list of chores, but it is immensely satisfying to tick things off. There was this book I read a while ago, like I can't remember what it's called, like the Checklist Manifesto or some shit.
Right.
And the idea was that you get a little hit of dopamine from ticking something off. And so in fact, if you at the start of every day make a little list of the things you want to do this day, the washing, go and get some new toilet roll, doing those things actually becomes like a little satisfying game, right? And at the end of the day, you're like, you don't have those things in the back of your mind like, oh, I haven't done this, I'll put this off, like getting all that procrastination out is
I don't
immensely
need to make a list. I have Mrs. Flags.
What I'm saying is you could do that in a video game where you don't actually achieve anything in real life, but you can get like a fake feeling of achievement.
I get a dopamine rush every time I crush noobs in a game of Dotes.
Yes,
I don't
that's
need
true.
a list. My list is own noobs. That's the only entry. First and only entry on the list. Own noobs.
So it was Daft's birthday, 30th birthday.
Oh, I'm aware of it. We played a very
The other
visual
day.
game of Dotes with him.
Exactly, and he said he turned 30 and he was still up, and he said to you, oh, can we play Dota? Can we play a game of Dota? So you got a little stack together, little birthday stack,
Yeah.
queued up, and you met some people who recognised you as well, didn't you? You were against like a fan stack or whatever.
I don't know. I
some guys.
mute everyone, but yeah.
Oh, well, I said they were like, oh, P-Flex, Dav, it's great to play against you. and then they absolutely stopped you and
Yep,
said, "Crap."
always the way. It's the worst thing getting
And
recognised.
it was like the most miserable thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, welcome to 30, it's going to get no better, you know.
And then-
If P-Flax is a judge of
Last
gaming quality.
night.
You're no 15-year-old jumper, are you?
No,
That's what I'm
indeed.
saying.
Last night, this was after Dad's birthday, so last night about 11:35, 11:45. Dad was like, "Get me in the next." We were like, "All right, cool." We just started a game. We were like, "Dad, you'll get in the next game." This was an 80-minute game, and Dad was just
fuck.
waiting in the wings.
Oh, no, I hate it.
Yeah. But we did win.
No, I felt I was that jilted lover back so many times with you. You know, I'd tune in or join your Discord just as you started a game.
Yeah.
I'd be like,
I hate it.
and also I wouldn't even know if I could get into the next game necessarily. because you
Well,
wouldn't
Flax,
often
you're in the
reply.
best spot though because you're the you're like the maestro, right? So
No,
nobody's
not anymore. Not
Why?
anymore. Because I'm not playing in the evenings. I play on Joe's Discord.
Oh.
And he's got a bunch of lads on his Discord who he's been playing with for like 10 years.
Well, what happened to like Enthused and like
They're
Miles?
all way too good, dude. They're
Oh,
so
right.
good. Like, Plague is like immortal. Like, when we queue in those games, it's like I've just started learning to play Dota again.
Yeah.
Like, it's brutal. Sometimes it's really fun, but a lot of the time, my mate is like, ah, shit, it's this guy. And it's like, we never beat this guy. And you're playing against guys that are just so much better than you. It's
That's
humbling.
insane to get to
Yeah.
that point in a game.
So, I mean, because, you know, these guys, I've been playing with these guys for 10 years or whatever.
Yeah.
And they're young, so they've improved. And they've hit a point now where it's like,
Do you
they're
think
so
they
much
had
better
some
in the game.
actual talent baked in, or
I don't want to say it, but their speed of thought and reaction time and everything is way better than mine. So. Alright, this is an interesting one. We were talking about firefighters and emergency services. This one is called Firefighters from a Son's Point of View.
Right.
Which I thought was interesting. I hadn't seen this. My dad started the second he turned 18, continued to be a firefighter until he retired a chief, took a year off, then went back for another 10 years. The only reason he stopped was when the cancer treatment was too much for him to continue working. As a child, I remember my father working 48s at the firehouse when he would come home smelling of smoke and the backs of his ears were nothing but blisters, sometimes no eyebrows or eyelashes left. Knowing him and most of the folks he worked with, I think a lot of them started because it's a crazy job, something they could do that maybe a lot of folks could. Being known as the tough, crazy guys didn't hurt. Also, I think he enjoyed the pats on the back and the praise that comes with it. Hearing stories, and often overhearing stories, about what happens when the sweep misses a closet full of kids, maybe didn't see the last door in the hallway, or the call got out too late, this is when there were no cell phones, what they emotionally and mentally go through putting out a fire. Finding the remains, then having to stay with them until the wagon shows up to collect them. You know, fires don't wait. Sometimes they leave directly for another job, but someone has to stay behind with the victim. I personally think it changes from enjoying the praise to just attempting to stop anyone, including other firefighters, from having to go through that. The praise just becomes a band-aid for the trauma. The mentality of tough guy, macho man, etc., I believe is a symptom of that as well. I watched my father walk behind a store with 4 guys who were catcalling my mother and my sister. Moments later, just seeing him coming back around the front, wiping blood from his hands. Also, I remember a night when he came home, hugged me for 15 minutes and just cried. Come to find out, 2 brothers close to my age had caused and were found in a fire. Guess who had to wait for the wagon that night? I think they need to save not just the victims of the fire, but their families and the other firefighters from going through the loss and trauma. It becomes almost a manic requirement.
Yeah.
If we were out eating or walking by a street and building lit up, he'd run to it. Even while he was off duty, many of the men he worked with seemed to be the same way. Granted, this is my personal take and personal recollections. Gee, thank you so much. That was a really good email.
Really good, yeah, nice as well. These guys are so committed to, you know, it's not like your average job. It's a calling, right? Like a lot of these like services, emergency services, it's the same kind of like with nurses, doctors, maybe police to some extent. Although there's definitely some gray areas for police, but with firefighters and stuff, you know, a lot of it is it's insane. It's selfless, but the emotional baggage that comes with all of it as well must be crazy. But that's a really nice email. Thanks so much.
Really
nice. There's this word which is apparently I never know what it is, but it means like that realization that everyone else out there has as rich and complex a life as you do, and are not just a simple, are not just a stereotype or or one thing, right? You can be more complicated than that, and everyone is way more deeply complicated than that. Everyone's reasons and actions are somewhat informed by the things that have happened to them and what they do and what they experience. And you know, I think does becoming whatever reason he became a firefighter in the first place, that's going to have an impact on him, right, and change him and affect him. And it might be that it's like they said in the email, like it's sticky, and they feel like they're doing the duty so other people don't have to, or they feel like they feel like it's a calling at that point.
Yeah.
They're like, damn, I feel like I'm doing good in this job. It's like the ikigai, right? Like you know, that's something that's thrown around a lot about the Japanese secret to a happy life, where you have to find something that is, you know, what you love, what the world needs, what you can be paid for, and what you are good at, right?
Yeah.
All of those things combine to be this reason for living. And I think that, you know, in something like firefighting, certainly it provides many of those things, right? Especially if you've done it for a long time, and I can totally see. I mean, what a story, right? Like, retiring for a year, you know, you can imagine what that was like, and also having cancer.
Then going back.
Yeah,
It's
like
dedication,
that is a life well lived, isn't it? Really.
They don't make them like that anymore. That's what they like to say normally, eh? When you talk about somebody who's older and from a different time and era, and you just.
But I think they do make them like that, and I know plenty of people who are very amazing people.
Are you talking to the man in the mirror? You gonna ask him to change his ways?
Puts it into perspective, doesn't it? You know, we are very lucky to not have to. They don't make him like that anymore. Right, let's get on with the next one.
Alright, I'm not allowed to read the name of this person. Please do not read my name if you choose to read this email.
You say it's a shit song, and to some extent I agree, but if you've ever seen the music video for that, it's a tearjerker for sure.
Oh, it is for sure. I just wanted to say, listening to the story about the 4 lads with no experience setting sail across the Atlantic was very frustrating. I drive boats in the Canadian Navy and have done search and rescue at sea before. People who set sail with no real understanding of seamanship put themselves, those around them, and inevitably those who have to rescue them at risk.
Yeah.
If anyone has similar ideas, please take at least some boating and sea survival courses and invest in some good safety equipment like an immersion suit and an emergency position indicating radio beacon or EPIRB. Also, I recommend the book A Guide to the Collision Avoidance Rules by A.M. Cockcroft and J.N.F. Lamaya, and of course, the international regulations for preventing collisions at sea to anyone intending to sail on the high seas or any navigable body of water connected to them.
Yeah.
That being said...
So is this about the guys who did their boating?
Yes.
That being said, I checked out the Instagram of those boys, and it looks like they're having a blast and wearing their life jackets. May our paths never cross, and then this is clearly something sailors say to each other. Fair winds and following seas.
Yes, fair winds and following seas. Time is money, friend. Another World of Warcraft quote for you.
P.S. I love the podcast. Keep it up. I'm not trying to be a snarky
That's what
arsehole.
I say to everyone when I meet them.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that. I did say, you know, that sounds incredibly dangerous. But yeah.
When I meet people, I just say, more work? Okay. And then I walk away with my shoulders slumped.
That's what I do when I boot up my Satisfactory.
Work. Yeah. No, that's good. It's nice to have. It's nice to have the let's fucking go on an adventure side, but it's also good to have the let's follow some logic and see some reason side as well, right? Just to sort of balance it out, you know, in case anybody is thinking of just dropping everything and going on an ocean adventure. Be safe. You know, don't just do something that you're not familiar with, because you can die out there. And the email's right. You're not only risking your own life, but you're potentially risking other people's lives as well.
To safety, yeah. It's very common.
Yeah.
Speaking of taking risks, back in the day, there was an advert that went viral in New Zealand, and it made me wonder if you have a similar conundrum over there, I guess up there. A little bit of translation for those who aren't aware. Togs is the way we say swimming trunks.
Right.
So togs. Put your togs on.
Get your togs ready, mate.
Keep your
It's gonna be
togs
a
on.
lovely day. And undies is underwear.
Yes.
And there's a video on YouTube I'm going to show you now. It's an advert for Trumpet ice creams, which look like cornettos.
Okay, I thought this was going to be some sort of horrible road safety.
No. This is not like that. So you don't have to watch it yet. The video is, I mean, you don't have to watch it at all, really. the gist of it is he's walking out of the ocean, and the question is, at what point do your togs become undies? So
Right.
it's like togs, 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 undies, togs, 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 undies is the sort of catchline. So the question is, if you're wearing those, point to togs become undies, and essentially you just walk around in your underwear. So what do you think the differentiating factor is?
Right. Okay. So yes. Yes, I've thought about this
A lot.
You know, when I was in Corfu, you know, because there's like the beach where you're in your swimming trunks, you know, and there's some shops, and there's some other shops that are slightly further from the beach, and you're like, which ones of these shops? How much do I put on between? You know, what's the correct distance to go before I have to put a shirt on when I'm in a shop, right? And how far do I go into a shop? You know, if it's like, you know, just like kind of close, you know, if it's like, if I'm going deep into like the freezer section and I'm buying stuff out of the freezers and I'm still wearing like togs, you know, is that
Well,
okay?
kind of. I mean, it's gonna come down specifically to the person though, because for me, like if I was leaving the beach, if I was on the beach and I was swimming, I would have a pair of shorts on. I wouldn't wear Speedos. I can't get away with it. It would
I don't wear those.
be disgusting.
Well, it'd be weird with the
I would
mega
feel
ball.
odd wearing them, and other people would be offended to see me wearing them. So I wear big, down to the knee, dad bathing suit shorts,
Same,
which
yeah.
is fine. And then if I was to leave the beach to go to the store to get some ice creams for my family or whatever, I'd put a t-shirt on.
I would as well.
I might have some flip-flops with no socks or whatever. I think that's fine. But I would have long shorts and a t-shirt on to go to
As soon as I'm
to
off
leave
the beach.
Yeah.
As soon as I'm off the beach.
Yeah.
I suppose that for most people, I would say, if you're in a setting where most of the other people around you are not also at the beach, or just popping up from the beach to get something, I think you've crossed the line. Like the ad says 100 meters from the sea or something. Bournemouth or Brighton, 100 meters from the sea, you're on the fucking high street at this point.
Yeah, but if you were walking down the high street in a bathing suit, it would be like, you know, people would, I think a lot of people would look at me like, oh, that's odd. But that's it. It's not like, I think if you're making a really big deal about that, you know, it's still just somebody choosing to wear something. I mean, not everything is. It is a bit odd, but it's, you know, a lot of this is social conditioning for us as well. Whether we like it or not, in our minds, organize things in certain ways, and for a lot of us, it's, you know, if you're wearing a bathing suit, you need to be somewhere where it's appropriate for you to wear a bathing suit. Like, these are just things that you pick up from being a kid into being an adult or whatever, and they just become norms for you. But for me, like, I try to be like a bit more open-minded, because, you know, fashions change, the things that people want to wear change, the weather changes, whatever. If I see somebody walking around town in their bathing suit, I'm gonna think, oh, that's odd, but I wouldn't go any further than that personally. Like, I don't have a personal
running after them with torches.
Yeah, I don't have a personal vendetta against what somebody wears or not, or whatever. Like, as long as they're not hurting someone, it's fine.
If it's like a really hot day, there will be a lot of guys with their tops on.
Sure.
Okay. If we're walking through, if it's I'm talking like over 24.
Yeah.
You know, do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to be that hot for the guys to start taking their tops off. And then you will see, like, I guess if there's like a festival or parade or something, there might be people like wearing some skimpier clothing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But that will kind of be,
I mean,
within that group.
if
right?
you're easily offended by this kind of stuff, or it really bothers you, there's plenty of places that have a dress code that you can go to and feel perfectly comfortable.
Yeah, a lot of places, no shirt, no shoes, no service. That's quite a common thing in beach places in the States. You see that a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, aside from that,
I don't think it's
not
like,
like
I don't
breaking
think
a
anyone's,
law or
like,
anything.
too
It's
prudish.
No.
I think you're right, Sips. Like, I think it's your own mind. It's like, maybe I should put a shirt on when I'm in.
Do what you feel comfortable with, like, for you. But I mean, you can't control what other people are doing.
So I do have a question. If we're going to go with do what feels comfortable to you,
Yeah.
there has to be a limit to some point. Because the problem is, although you may judge it unfair, if we're saying that someone's decision to wear bathing trunks, or Speedos while they're strolling around town is no big deal and it's their choice, what if that really upsets some people? Are we saying, oh, well, fuck them? That seems like going the other way. You're saying that we should just ignore...
Where do you draw the line, though, in regards to what they're going to get upset by? We can't predict what's going to upset this person. So all of a sudden,
Right,
everybody has to walk on eggshells around this one person who may or may not be upset because they've got some hidden, mysterious set of rules for themselves that nobody else
So I
understands.
would agree with that. However, we have also clearly established in our minds, as you said, that there is some level where we understand that when you're at the beach or the pool, you expect to see people wearing a suitable attire for
Yeah.
that. But when you're in the street, you're not expecting it,
No.
and it makes some people feel uncomfortable. So
Well, yeah, I think the clue though is what people around you are also wearing, right? Like, because you're not
Right.
the first person to come here. People have been coming here for years, hundreds of years probably, and as a result, it's kind of set up like if there's a restaurant in a touristy area and it has a problem with people coming in without shoes on, do you know what I mean? They're going to put a sign up that says, please put your
Yeah.
shoes on. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, it lowers the
and you will see
standard.
right?
I think it's.
place
I mean,
if everyone's
it's
sitting
also
around their
okay
trunks.
to be offended by something, but I think it's unreasonable to expect that the world is going to change just to suit you. Is I think what we're talking about here.
This is we've got way too deep.
If somebody
into this.
goes
I
out
think,
and is offended by what somebody's wearing, it's kind of tough shit, really, isn't it? Like what? I mean, unless it was really obscene or I don't know, but I can't really think of anything that people would be willing to wear or not wear to upset
I
somebody
think
to
it's
that
funny
extent.
how so some people who are very heavily tattooed kind of still look like they're fully clothed when they are wearing clothes.
Yeah, there's
That
that
is
too,
funny,
yeah.
dude. That is funny.
Which is kind of amusing. So yeah, anyway, let's move on.
But I mean, if you're in a store or something, they'll have a dress code. Most restaurants and bars have a dress code or whatever. If you're outside, you don't have a leg to stand on. You can complain about it until you're blue in the face. I don't think it's going to change. So avoid going to those places that upset you so much.
I guess I wouldn't go to a sit-down restaurant without a shirt on though. Do you know
I
what
wouldn't either, but equally, if I went to a sit-down restaurant, I was sitting down for a nice meal with my family, and there's somebody at a table next to me without a shirt on, that would be really weird. Like, even weirder than seeing somebody walking around town on a hot day in Speedos.
Especially if they're eating something really like soup or something. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
or like a ramen.
Yeah. Just
like-
lots of grease dripping down onto their bare chest would be weird too. Yeah. But even then, I would find it really weird. But I'm not sure that I would actually go far enough as to try to do something about it.
I would expect people who are not wearing shirts to eat an ice cream outside, right? There's certain things that are foods that you can eat without shirt on, right?
All right, we're in the weeds here, gents. Let's
Go
move
for it.
on.
Sure.
All right, this is a funny story about football snobbery in third world countries.
Oh God.
All right, this is interesting. Hearing the story of the boating boys, it reminds me of a mindset I had when I left college to go and explore the world. I ended up doing a charity mission in Sierra Leone, volunteering at a school for the hearing impaired.
Oh my gosh.
As part of the lead up to it, we got our friends and relatives to donate old football shirts to give to the kids there. All the kids were very, very poor. Only half of them even had a full set of clothes. Most of the kids attended most classes shirtless. Just there was a tie-in. That was a clever tie-in. Sorry.
Okay, link, right?
Thank
Yeah.
you. I did work
I
hard.
hope they were only eating ice cream though.
On the last day we were there, we started giving out the football shirts to the kids, and they were over the moon. But it was to our surprise that after about 20 minutes, a young boy came up asking to give his shirt back. When we asked why, he said that he didn't like Spurs and wanted to switch it for a Man U shirt. When we all could offer him in exchange was an Everton shirt, he gave his Tottenham one back and walked away literally shirtless. He was not the only one. Multiple kids throughout the morning kept coming back complaining that they did not want the shirt they were given, despite that now being the one and only shirt they owned. They all wanted Arsenal, Liverpool, and Man U. I will never forget it. I guess it is a universal that we all think Tottenham are shit. That's from Steve.
That is fucking hilarious. These poor kids would rather wear nothing than a Tottenham shirt or an Everton shirt. Well, you know, is that football snobbery, or is that maybe like the bigger kids?
One man's trash is another man's treasure. I think it's that
It's
one.
nice that they gave them back and just throw them away, though, right? Like that is still good, you know.
Or Tottenham.
Yeah, it's not that they.
What a diss.
It's not that they didn't value the shirt itself. It's that they didn't. I guess maybe they didn't want to be seen in their community to be. They didn't want to risk getting bullied, do you know what I mean, or something like that, by wearing the wrong shirt by the kids who were, I don't know, able to afford the ones which were cooler. You know what I mean? They didn't want to be the enemy, because there is this animosity like between football teams that, you know, and that could maybe be the reason, right? They were like, I didn't want to get beaten up by other kids wearing the rival shirt, right? Because there is a Tottenham rivalry. Is Tottenham rivalry West Ham or Arsenal?
Arsenal, but they hate Arsenal, they hate Chelsea. Those are the two big ones. All right, here's another one about an Aussie dance. This is from Max. The mention of the ageless Aussie dance tradition of the nutbush. It made me remember the other fantastic dancing oddity we have that I imagine would be completely bonkers to the rest of the world. The eagle drop.
The eagle drop.
And now, this is funny, it says, its name says it all. I assure you, it does not. Having read the rest of the email, the eagle drop gives you absolutely no indication of what the hell is happening. If you're at an Australian party, be it a simple gathering, wedding, at the pub, or any number of other events, and Danny Cool's Eagle Rock comes on, there is a round of excited shouting and cheering. A bunch of drunk blokes will stand up, drop their pants, and dance away, meaning trousers.
It's true.
No, it's not complete nudity, with underpants remaining on, and trousers are not removed in their entirety but left around the ankles, which usually results, due to the drunken dancing and jumping around, various items being ejected from pockets, people tripping over their own flailing belts. Once the song is complete, everyone calmly raises their trousers, picks up their drink, and gets back to business at hand. Although I have witnessed on one occasion a friend drop his pants at the start of the song, get into a deep conversation with another person, and forget to pull his pants back up until about 4 songs or so had passed.
Oh, right.
It's pretty universally known where I live, but I have noticed it being a foreign concept to other Australians. Don't ask me how or why, I don't know how, I don't think anyone really knows. It's just something that caught on, and I love it. I think that sounds fantastic. Have you got a link, Lulu?
Yeah, you just pasted
Discord. It's a sort of wedding, and they've got the song on, and literally everyone in this circle has dropped their trousers. Now, of course, they all, I think, were aware that this might have happened because they're all wearing, like, this guy's got one pair of pants that says Property of Misty on the back. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they knew this was coming.
And, like, it's kind of, they're themed, you know, they've all got, like, pants with each other's faces and hearts on.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
It's clearly a tradition.
Yeah, they knew this wasn't completely unexpected.
No.
It does look bad. It's very embarrassing. Very funny. It is. It's a great one, honestly. The eagle drop. It sounds way cool.
It sounds cooler than it is.
I thought that the eagle drop was going to be some sort of like a slut drop.
Well, your cock has to touch the ground.
My mind went a completely different direction, and I thought that it involved dead birds. Just drawing on birds. Here you go. My happy birthday. Bam. This is a dead eagle.
Slap.
Yeah.
Listen in. Starbucks. It's a great day for coffee.
This episode is brought to you by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Business owners need Progressive Insurance. They make it easy to get discounts on commercial auto insurance and find coverages to grow with your business. Quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliated and third-party insurers. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
Alright, this is from Quinn. My name is Quinn. I'm a 22-year-old man from Canada. We get a lot of emails from the Canucks.
Yeah.
The Canadian connection with Simpsons really opened some demographics.
It really has, yeah.
Yeah. I have a tiny apartment. You almost said tiny penis. Maybe we could have gone with I have a tiny apartment, but we didn't.
Slash
with a
penis.
tiny room and an even tinier closet. Quinn, you didn't drop in the magic words. Never
I got a
mind.
tiny
Recently,
panini maker.
recently I noticed that more than half
I
of my
like that
wardrobe,
one.
more than half of my wardrobe doesn't fit in my closet due to the amount of shit I own. From merch to designer clothes to cheap secondhand things, I could probably fill my closet with the clothes I have, nothing more than sentiment of value to, and have no more room for the clothes I would normally wear day to day.
Wow.
I wanted to ask, there's two dads with kids who grow out of clothes faster than you can make dinner, and Lewis who went through, and this is apparently your phases, normal-ish, hippie, and old Tinder ladies man faces. How and what do you do with items of clothing when you simply change styles or outgrow certain items? So in other words, got all these old clothes, what do I do with it?
Salvation Army, baby. Just donate them to charity. The charity place always looking for clothes.
Yeah, that's one thing. There's a big fucking... It's like a recycling bin with a sort of a door on it,
Yeah.
a sort of little trap door. You shove clothes in there in plastic bags, and then they just take them, they give them to people who need clothes.
Yeah,
So yeah,
Fabric
people always need
fabric
clothes.
recycling. There's lots of different ways to do it. I think if it's nice, you know, charity shops will take it and will sell it. And some of my friends do actually get a lot of their stuff from. The thing is, there's this kind of weird system, right, where you can some of the most expensive places in Bristol are the clothes shops are these sort of vintage resellers, right?
Big in London too. You go to a nice bar in London and you can pick up some amazing clothes.
And they
in
actually
the
do
charity
these
shop.
big kind of conventions at warehouses or like a convention space, even like, you know, the NEC or some huge place where they have all of this vintage clothing. You go in with bin bags and you buy it by weight, right? So you can, a lot of these, you know, vintage clothing shops will buy, you can go to these places, be like first there. It's kind of crazy. It's like you used to see Black Friday style, people grabbing stuff and just paying weight for it and then selling it on, and it's trendy. A lot of the stuff still has value. Like, I don't think fashion is as fixed as we think it is, right? I think people have their own style, and sometimes you wouldn't know, like, unless you were a real fashionista, like whether someone was wearing something that was a £200 designer shirt or something they got from a charity shop for a tenner, right?
Yeah.
So I think, you know, if
I mean, look,
you
a
like
design
it, it's
classic
nice.
is a design classic. If you find the right bag, the right top, the right skirt, the right jacket, it doesn't matter if it's 40 years old or 4 weeks old. A classic is a classic. And although styles and trends come and go, some things are timeless, and you can find them in charity shops. Genuinely,
I totally get
some
this.
really good things.
I
I've got
have
some great shirts
so
in
much
charity
crap
shop.
that I don't. My sort of rule though is like if I haven't worn it for a year, I'll get rid of it.
Nice.
And I think that's.
If I haven't worn it in a year, I just think, oh, my old so-so t-shirt, and I wear it.
We're
Well,
usually,
if I
I
haven't
don't
worn
have
it for
room.
a year, there's usually a reason I haven't.
Yeah, because I couldn't find it. It's under my
Oh,
heat.
we're-
It's under the Evo clothes.
We're usually just prompted and annoyed by stuff not being in wardrobes. So like if we see that there's like a lot of clothes piling up on a chair somewhere or at the end of the bed or something like that, that'll usually prompt us into saying, okay, it's time to
we get a
have
couple of
sort
bin
of
bags. Have a
throw
sort of.
get the old stuff to charity and then make room for the new stuff and have a sort of.
I was in my. I've moved through eras. Deadpool era.
He's doing the Eras tour. He's doing the Eras tour. He's got his own Eras
tour.
Do you mean I don't know where I am at any stage. I don't know what I'm doing. I just try and
What stage are you in
I
now?
want to be quirky. I want to be a little bit quirky and different to what other people dress like. Right. I'm currently wearing a hoodie and a pair of Vans and a pair of
Wild
jeans. Yeah, I'm wearing
man.
the exact same shit I wear.
Well, so you haven't really changed much at all, though.
What,
That's
man?
like what you were wearing last time I saw you, which was like 5 years ago or something.
I think it might even be the same fucking shit, dude. Like, I don't buy many clothes, and I always think maybe I should, but no one really fucking notices what anyone else is wearing. They're
No,
all obsessed
I
with
mean the
stuff.
thing is, like, I think when you're younger and you're around young people and that stuff matters, sure. But nobody I know cares about clothes now, including
Yeah, but you
myself
guys-
at my
guys,
age
we're
at
old.
least. And
My youngest gives so much of a shit about clothes.
yeah, I was the
Like,
same when I was young. Like when I was like
Yeah.
in my teens, into my 20s. Holy crap! Like there was, it had to be certain things, certain brands. Like oh my god, like it was a big deal. But I just don't give a shit at all.
Okay, I think it's to do with because I felt a bit of this when I was in my dating era, like last year, whatever. when I was dating, and I noticed I was taking more care in my appearance. I was thinking more about out the way I was looking and how well groomed I was, because there was sort of an incentive to do so, right? I'm not saying that dads or married husbands don't make an effort still, but there definitely isn't as much of a unconscious drive, right? If you are trying to fit in and that's your goal, is to fit in with a peer group of the cool girls at school, or a group that if I'm going to football matches with people, I'm going to get a fucking football shirt. Do you know what I mean? I think it's almost unconscious, right? It's almost like, oh, I have to do that in order to be in that group. Yeah, there is an element of that. But yes, I think just do whatever you want. Fuck it, I don't care. I'm not your dad.
Yeah, he doesn't give a shit.
He's not
That's
your
all I
dad.
gotta say.
He is not your dad.
Do what you want.
This is a question, George. Okay. What's some advice? Recently been approached by a brand I really like. Quite happy in my current job, which pays well compared to the market rate. Been here for 5 years. Not actively looking for a new role, but really drawn to this company. Would love to work with them. Would be a good opportunity, and all the rest of it. They've matched my current salary after some negotiation, which is a positive, and wants to be taken more serious. I'm going to sum this up. Wants to be taken a little more seriously. This is a second job in the field. Would love to step up the ladder and thinks this would be a good idea. Do we support this idea? So it would mean higher
100%.
expectations, and more demanding, and all the rest of it. You think this is a good opportunity you should take?
Well, he sounds, from his email, he sounds really excited. I think people too often stay in the same place because that's safe, right, and comfortable. If you hate it, and it turns out that they're actually all creeps and weirdos, you'll get another fucking job. It sounds like there's no problem with you in this career, or even go back to the old place. They're probably happy to have you back. I mean, if they're all your friends and everyone's all grown up about it, no one's gonna hold grudges on that. You need to do what's best for you, and if you think a new challenge and it does sound like from all of this that they're just scared to make a change, right? Because everyone's scared to
change. Go on.
Well, Michael Jackson.
Wait, Sims, what do you think?
Do you know what? I wasn't listening.
Alright. So you've got one go for it, one abstention. I'll be honest with you. Having to negotiate to get the same salary you're earning now for a higher expectation job with presumably more responsibility, to me is actually like a demotion. And I think that you should think very, very carefully about taking this job. A lot of the time you think working for these big glamorous companies is going to somehow be better than working for a smaller company.
Yeah.
I could not disagree more. A lot of the time these big companies I'm not saying that this is the case, and it might be just a slightly bigger company, I don't know. But a lot of the time working for these much bigger companies, the corporate structure is far more arcane. The bureaucracy is far more obtuse. And also, you're going to be the new guy. If there are layoffs for some reason, these big companies often have layoffs, your name is going to be top of the fucking list to be binned off.
Yeah.
And you're literally getting a more difficult job, and you've had to negotiate to get the same money you're on now.
Okay, you're
Generally, when
absolutely
you move to a new job,
it's a weird,
you expect a fucking pay rise because you're taking a big risk.
It's a weird
Anyway,
pros
that's
and
just my
cons. Like, if you work in a small place, you're expected to be a jack of all trades. You're expected to get involved in everything because it's small, and you're probably the only person there who knows what to do in a lot of cases, or will have to try to figure it out somehow. And for some people, that's really fun and exciting. People like that. They like the variety. They like the challenge or whatever. Working in a big place, you'll have a much more sort of like a specific role. Not much more will be expected from you, and even what's expected from you at the specific role will be not much, so you can doss around a lot more. It's safer.
Right.
The salary is safer. Will be paid on time. You'll have some form of benefits package probably. You'll have a whole bunch of other people who are just occupying space, warming seats, waiting to retire, whatever. Big companies tend to work like that. In my experience, big companies, there's about 3 or 4 people who really know what they're doing and do it well, and they have their own little power silos built around that, and then everybody else is just there for the ride, if that's what you want. Some people do want that. If they want the safety or whatever. I mean, it's entirely down to you. but you're the one who has to turn up every day, and you're the one who knows how you want to spend every day. Do you want your days to go really quick and be kind of exciting and stuff? Then stay at the small company. If you want your days to be really slow and not involve that much work, I would say go to the big company.
I heard this story ages ago, and it's been going around for ages in various iterations. But it's basically I always did think of it. It's a kind of powerful story. This is the original version I found online. It's a bit weird, but it was originally from Heinrich Boll, who was a German writer who was a pacifist. Anyway, he says again. So an American investment banker was at the pier of a small coastal Mexican village when a small boat docks. Inside the boat is a fisherman who's caught several large fish. The American complimented the fisherman on the fish and asked how long it took to catch them. The fisherman said, only a little while. And the American says, well, why don't you stay out longer and catch more fish? The Mexican said he had enough to provide for his family's needs, and he could even, if he wanted to go out again, give some away to others in the village. And the American said, well, what do you do with the rest of your time? You know, these are amazing fish, you can make a business out of this. The Mexican fisherman says, well, I sleep late, I play with my children, I take siestas with my wife, I stroll into the village where I sip wine, and I play guitar with my amigos. I have a full and busy life. The American scoffs. I'm an experienced businessman, and I could help you. You know, if you spend a little more time fishing, with the proceeds you can buy a bigger boat. With the proceeds from that, you can have a whole fleet of fishing boats, and soon you could have your own, setup, your own enterprise. You could even like move to a big city to run this expanding, setup. The Mexican fisherman says, well, how long will that all take? The American replies, well, I'm sure you could have it done in 15 to 20 years or so. But what do I do then? Asked the Mexican. The American laughs and said, well, that's the best part. When the time is right, you can sell your company, become very rich. You would make millions. Millions? Wow, then what? Says the Mexican. The American says, well, then you could retire. You could move to a small coastal village where you could sleep late, play with your kids, take siestas with your wife, and stroll to the village where you could sip wine, play guitar with your amigos. I already do that, said the Mexican fisherman. So it's kind of this idea that try to do more with less.
Do you know what this sounds like?
What?
The fucking shit that I see shared on Facebook.
This is the brave little tugboat. The brave little toaster.
Absolute wank.
Okay, give me your take.
It's a totally mythical conversation that would never happen.
Of course.
But so what fucking point is it trying to prove? There's no lesson to be learned here other than, hey, you're as rich as you feel and all that kind of shit. This lad who's scraping by with his boat is living a very perilous existence. What if EU rules change and all of a sudden he can't fish those waters anymore? What if the fact that the fucking fish are dying, he has to go further and further out? He's got no fucking money to help him out. He's got no safety net whatsoever.
Imagine he sets up a whole enterprise around it, and then under his nose all the regulations change and stuff. All of a sudden those millions that he's going to get in 15 years might not materialize as well, Like it can go either way.
This is exactly how I feel about this story as well. It obviously is a kind of
boomer shit. It's
parable,
bootstrap
right?
shit. The idea is, you can make that money, but why work? It's like this. There's so much dog shit compressed into one fucking story.
Because
it makes
some
me cross.
people do forget that
You've hidden it very
there is a
well.
life
Good.
to live, right? Like behind work and outside. Some people are obsessive about their job and their
those people
career.
are crazy.
Some people think work is life, right?
But
Like a lot of people do.
Those people wouldn't have a fun life anyway. Like, if you met people who are obsessive workaholic, I'm an entrepreneur, have you actually met them? The reason that they throw themselves into work is because nobody wants to fucking hang around with those people. They're insufferable. They are insufferable. And they could have a friend group, they could have a family. It's never enough. These people are psychotically obsessed with making money. So then suddenly having this away, oh my god, it wasn't worth it, I've wasted my life. I must tell everyone the parable of the Spanish fisherman. No, you were just a cunt. Most people get by fine doing a job and still seeing their family and enjoying life. Throwing yourself into your work and making it out like this is the lesson I've learned. Everybody else has figured this out, you bellend. Everybody else has fucking figured this out. And it's taken you a lifetime of regret now to suddenly realise, I've wasted my life. Fuck off. You're not teaching us anything. We all already knew it.
No,
This
but
is
him making
why
that big
we're, like-
mistake has taught us not to follow his footsteps.
I never would.
Well, then lesson learned.
You know what this reminds me of? I had an email the other day This is, I'm not going to name the company, okay? But I had this guy email me. Let me read you the fucking email that he sent me. Hey, I couldn't help but notice I haven't heard back from you. Did I say something off in my last emails? If so, I'd love the chance to clear things up. How about we jump on a call? It's a lot easier to chat about this opportunity live. And I was like,
making me rage
right.
already.
So I looked. I have never heard from this person before in my life. And this is a company. This is a company that they have. They have a link to let me schedule a call. This is the most despicable form of sales where you are trying to trick people into being your customer.
I get this shit all the time.
These guys
I get
are
like 5
these
of these a
fucking
day.
super sweat entrepreneur types who are like, the grind set, Sigma male. I posted on LinkedIn about my businesses and my entrepreneur. This is all they fucking have.
We're
They
doing
are shells
100k
of
in
people.
concurrent sales through web apps today.
They're obsessed.
Do you have
They're
a
obsessed.
Do you have a thing? We took this web app company from 1k to 100k in over 300 CPM. It's like, what the fuck are you?
And you know what, these businesses are so successful that they have to resort to these kind of tactics and just cold spamming mailing lists. If you're I'm not getting emails from Coca-Cola saying, hey, don't forget to go buy a Coke today. Like, if your company's successful and you're this big shot billionaire entrepreneur, why are you fucking spamming me these easy trick emails, mate? Like, if you've already given away the fact that your company is dog shit and you're doing whatever it takes to try and make one sale, get to fuck.
Yeah, but they gotta take the chance. They might not rope you in, but there's plenty of people out there that they'll rope in.
And do you know what that sounds like? Scammers.
Yeah,
Same fucking
it is.
deal.
Well,
Yeah.
it works though, man. I'm in the paper, like, you read about every day that businesses have been scammed.
Yeah.
People have been scammed out of their life savings.
Yeah,
and stuff.
exactly.
Like,
But we
people
don't like scammers, do we? We
No,
hate
of course we
scammers.
don't, but people
these
still fall for them.
But these people pulling the same ploy are very little better than scammers.
It's the evolution of scamming, right? It's the next generation of scamming.
And
It's
these white
offering
hat
you
scammers.
services.
Well, they're black hat and white hat scammers.
Well, I think
Is
it's
that what this
people
is?
offering services to companies or businesses, or these people who are, they really think that they can somehow, I think, just leech off of, do something that's the bare minimum, you know. Oh, we know how to optimize your whatever, do you know what I mean? We're consulting, you know, all this nonsense. Yeah,
It's just made up dog shit.
it is.
Don't get scammed, and if you're planning
No.
on doing ocean voyaging, please be careful.
No, the French who wrote about change the job, yeah. Like, good luck. But be careful, you know. I think you have to.
You gotta weigh it up.
You gotta weigh it
You gotta
up,
weigh it up.
right?
It's
There's
essentially,
like-
you can ask for all the advice you want. You'll know in your heart which decision
Yeah.
you'll be happy with.
Do
Yeah,
what,
like,
just do what you
think
want
about
to do.
the risk. That's it.
Yeah,
That's
you're
it.
getting
Think
paid
about
the
the
same for each one. So figure out what it is you're willing to do, how you want to see each and every day, you know, be, and make your decision off the
And
back
by
of
all
that.
means, follow your passion, follow your drive. Like be ambitious, but don't take it too far. Like, I think there is this thing of if you make yourself or drive yourself to be miserable and unhappy, you will be worse at your job and have this self-destructive vicious circle of I am hating this and therefore being worse at it and therefore hating it. Like, and you have to really identify those aspects in your life that are like, this is just negative for me. I need to not be doing this.
One bit of advice I would give you, though, and it's a trap that a lot of people fall into, is this mindset that you're making a decision and it's forever. It's not. If you want to try something different, try it. You know, if it's the same money, try it for a year. You know, give yourself a time limit and don't stay somewhere forever and be miserable. You know, try something out, and if it's, you know, in the back of your mind, just say, I'm only here temporarily, you know, and then if that temporary turns into like 6 years or whatever, fine. But like, you should be of the mindset that this job is temporary and I'm gonna get something different or better, you know what I mean? And that way you're always keeping your resume up to date. You're always making sure that you've got new skills to add to it. And you know, if you jump around a lot, you'll make more money. You will never make money staying at the same place. Like, you just become part of the furniture so quickly anywhere
But this
you are.
guy's taking a new job that's earning the same money.
Yeah, but sometimes that job, you might pick up some different skills, or, you know, it might be a higher profile company to do with other companies that you could potentially get a job at for more money. You know what I mean? Like, you have to look at it that way rather than just sort of settling, just saying like, okay, I'm going to take this job and then I'll be me till I retire. A lot of people do think like that.
The old
Honestly,
box
like,
factory days.
we've had a couple of people at Yogs go away and do their own thing and then come back. And
Yeah,
that's
of course.
okay. Like,
Yeah.
do you know what I mean? It's like, I would rather have someone.
Once they failed, they
successful.
came crawling
Yeah,
back.
God, I mean, if you're a boss, that's what you want to see. Yeah.
And had new ideas.
Oh, not so easy, is it, young
Yeah,
Padawan?
welcome back. Get through the
Who's
supplement
back
store.
at the Jedi Training Academy, where he belongs?
I
Crawl on your knees and kiss my boot.
Wow.
Beg for your job back, scum. That's what Lewis does.
Yes.
Special room for it.
Wow. He's got the Mr. Burns office with trapdoor on the floor and everything in his.
Yes.
Well, there you go. Is that enough, or have we got any more?
No, we're done for
I
this
think
week.
that's okay. Thank you. We're tired
That's
out.
frankly, that's more than they deserve.
Well, look, we would like to make sure we get these podcasts out to all of you guys over the next few weeks. Sips is going away for a few weeks. These folks are going away for a few weeks, but hopefully we won't miss an episode. But if we do, sorry.
We'll try not
Alright.
to. We're endeavouring not to. Sorry.
So yes.
Anyway,
Take care.
we'll see you guys soon.
See you next time.
Goodbye.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Pickaxe.
The family that vacations together stays together. At least that was the plan. Except now the dastardly desk clerk is saying he can't confirm your connecting rooms.
Wait, what?
That's right, ma'am. You have rooms 201 and 709.
No, we cannot be 5 floors away from our kids.
The doors have double locks. They'll be fine.
When you want your connecting rooms confirmed before you arrive, it matters where you stay.
Welcome to Hilton. I see your connecting rooms are already confirmed.
Hilton, for the stay.
This episode is brought to you by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Business owners need Progressive Insurance. They make it easy to get discounts on commercial auto insurance and find coverages to grow with your business. Quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliated and third-party insurers. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another Triforce podcast.
Oh my God!
Oh my God.
Wow,
We're back
God.
again.
I can't believe it. What a great crowd.
Yeah,
out here.
wow.
So wonderful to be here. So, yeah, P-Flax, you went on holiday.
I did, yeah.
Sips, you have...
I went on holiday too, thank you very much. I went to Guernsey for the day. Actually, last week I went to Saint Malo in France for the day.
Oh, that's nice.
And then this week I went to Guernsey for the day. So,
You've really been a global traveler.
yeah, oh yeah.
Did you get
Yeah.
the car ferry over?
The one to Saint Malo was a big car ferry. I didn't take the car though. We just went to the passenger. Small coffin, and you feel every single wave of the ocean when you're on it as well. And the baby was sick, so there you go.
Was it? How far is it though? Like, it's only like 10 minutes, right?
No, it takes an hour and 20 minutes to get there.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I saw, when I looked at the map, I was like, there's no way it takes an hour and 20 minutes to go that far. We must be going somewhere else first. It was just an hour and 20 minutes. And it was choppy as shit on the way there, but nice and smooth on the way back. So
How was it? The White Island. Is it better than worse than Hampton Jersey?
it's nice. It's got a lot of charm. A lot of charm that hasn't been lost, I think, because it's a bit smaller, you know? It's quaint, very quaint. And in the summer, really nice, lots of flowers and stuff everywhere. It looks really, really There's these places much bigger, so it's, you
Do you
know,
want to invade? You know, do you feel threatened? Do you have like the rifle?
not if I have to take that route yet, no. I'll invade by air. That would be
What
better.
prompted you go? Did you go out?
My kids, none of my kids have ever been, so we just thought, it'd be fun to say, I've been to Guernsey. You live over here. I don't think I've been more for work, but I've never been just, on a day break just to wander around and eat and stuff like that. It's always been, I had to go to a meeting or something like that, and I didn't get to see anything. So yeah, it was nice. It was good.
Did you go to the other little ones like the Sark and the Jetty and the one?
I don't know.
You're making shit up. Those are Game of Thrones islands.
These all exist. So they're small. Sark I've been to. I would maybe go again. It's not that interesting. I mean, I'll probably take my kids just so that they can see what it's like to be living 300 years ago. There's Alderney. I've never been to Alderney. It's a bit further though.
Wasn't there? We talked about some books. I'm sure there was a guy who invaded one of them.
Yeah, Sark, I think.
Yeah, wasn't he German?
He was something. He
That
was
was
French.
He was French.
And well, anyway, speaking of French, you went on holiday as well, in fact.
Yeah, we did. It was okay.
You didn't go to France though, did you?
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Oh,
we went to. We decided, which was looking back now. At the time, it sounded like a great decision. It might not have been a great decision. We were like, let's go to. We can't decide between Italy and France. Let's go on holiday for 10 days. We'll spend 5 days in one and 5 days in the other. And it was kind of like.
Hang on, which phase of sadness are you in right now? Because when you came back, you were like saying, this will make a great story for the podcast, and like you were angry. And I think now you're like.
Now I'm just
disappointed.
kind of disappointed. Like it's been well, I think we've been back about a week or something now. So it was like, we've had some really good holidays as a family. Trip to California was really great. We spent some time in Croatia. That was great. Like we've had some really nice holidays. And in the UK as well. And this was like 10 days. And I think the reason I'm kind of most bummed out is I sort of blame myself for what went wrong. I found these places on Airbnb. I spent a long time looking, and I thought these were good places. And in both instances, I was pretty disappointed, in all honesty. I'll tell you, there's quite a few things that happened. So first of all, we went to this place called Alassio, which is in Liguria, beautiful part of Italy, northwestern coast. And a long-time subscriber of mine that I've played Dota with for years, Italian lad, that's his neighborhood. He recommended this area. It's beautiful. I would recommend it to anybody, hands down. Driving in Italy, however, is still not fun. And parking in Italy is even worse. And unfortunately, the hire car that we got was a little bigger than I would have liked. They were like, well, we don't have the car you asked for, so here's this fucking bus that you're going to drive around in these tiny Italian roads. I was like, fuck me. And they don't seem to have the same rules we have over here, where you don't have parking spaces right where someone's going to be turning, because people might need to like swing their car out to make this turn. They're like, no, you can squeeze a car in there, fucking put a parking space in. So there's just nowhere to park. So we had to park on this right outside our apartment, but we had to pay for parking every day, which was expensive. And Mrs. F at one point, we had to renew it online between 8.
This is how you save and invest.
Pay to park here. She was 1 minute late, €20 fine. Oh. fucking love handing out fines in Italy for driving. They fucking love it. This lad was 1 minute, he was there. He was literally waiting. Bam, give him a ticket. And then there was this barrier, like they have toll roads everywhere in this part of France and Italy. We got to the toll and it wouldn't take our card. And the machine was just going, please insert payment, please insert payment, for like 5 minutes. It's just saying this. My youngest, who sits in the front with me, was crying. She was so upset by this machine just barking at us to pay. I pressed the button, which is help, and it's just ringing and ringing. Please insert payment. Finally, this really nice Italian guy behind me, he comes over and he's like, come si dice? Cosa so and I was like, oh, do you speak English? He was like, oh, I see, I speak English. And I was like, this fucking thing is busted. Can you help us? And he was like, we tried. We had like 5 different cards, debit cards, credit cards. We're trying to beep them all. It's not taking it. We hadn't had time to pick up any cash yet. He talks to the woman on the phone. She's like, prego, or pronto, like whatever it is on the phone. He explains the situation. And she's like, oh, tell him to just pay later. We'll let him through. We couldn't find a website. We couldn't find any way to pay. There's no way that I could figure out how we're meant to pay this fine. So I'm expecting a letter in the post from the Italian traffic people any day now saying you fucking didn't pay for this toll. It's like €2 or something.
Right.
But I know they're going to come after us. But anyway, so the apartment itself was pretty spartan. It was alright. It was fine. The kids seemed happy enough. But there was no sort of aircon in it at all beyond this one tiny little aircon unit, which is just chugging away trying to do its best. But it was like 34, 35 degrees. We were melting in this apartment.
That sucks.
And the sun's just beating down on it all day. We'd go to the beach to cool off. We were like, it's fine, we'll just spend some time at the beach and cool off. You guys know the situation in Italy with beaches?
Oh god, this is already a roller coaster. Let me guess.
Yes.
It is, there is a queuing system.
They let their dogs shit everywhere there.
No.
The towels are...
No.
The
Nudity.
No.
Full nudity.
No.
And intercourse.
No.
On the beach.
No.
I don't know.
Any guesses? See, this is
Those
so
are all my
far
guesses.
removed. Right, these are so far removed from the reality because we can't imagine this. You cannot go on the fucking beach without paying.
Oh.
What?
They own the beach. Like, the government has let out the sort of rights to hire, to charge people to go on the beach.
So how much does it cost to go to the beach?
€100 a day.
What?
You're joking.
The
I am
fuck?
not kidding.
Is it a nice beach?
I mean, it's okay.
Fuck me, man. You guys gotta come to Jersey. They got great beaches here. They're free as well.
So I had no idea, but the beach is sectioned off. If you go to Alasia, which is beautiful, the water is really warm. Really clean.
€100 a day. Fucking hell.
Because what happens
is the beach
is,
just empty?
no, it's
Who the
packed.
fuck pays all that money to go to the beach for a day?
So you
have to pay me that much money to go to the beach for the day.
Right, I know. So you have to hire a sun lounger with an umbrella. You have to. Right? There's no option.
So there's does
right,
that come included in your €100 a day?
Yeah, that's your €100,
okay.
right?
So you get some equipment hire.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying.
But it's your little
That's
section.
not so bad.
It's
You get a
just
little
the
boat?
beds. No, you get nothing.
That sucks.
So you get your 2 little
That
deck
stinks.
chairs, your two things. And we were like, we only need 2 and an umbrella. They were like, no, your kids are too big. They're going to have sun loungers too because they're basically adults. I was like, they're not going to use them. They're like, we don't care. And they were all like that, all of them. So it was €100 for a family of 4 to go to the beach. You are literally cheek by jowl with all the other beachgoers on that section. They're like, there's no gaps other than a narrow passage to walk. So you are lying there and you're next to a stranger, and there's a stranger behind you, a stranger in front of you. You're just surrounded, and it's like you're packed in. You can access the water for free, but you have to walk through the paid part of the beach to do that, and they won't let you through. So there are these little public avenues, like every half mile. There's like a tiny narrow strip which no one owns, and that area is packed with holiday makers who don't want to have to pay €100 a day, so you can't get through there anyway, because it's full of people. And it's super frowned upon. I had no idea. The interesting thing is, this is inherited, so if I own it, when I die, it goes to my kids. There's no bidding process. There's no, it'll be some different company next year, competition. No. These are all families that have owned the rights to hire out these beaches for fucking ever. And they have this huge coastline. Obviously, Italy is mostly coastline, right? Almost all of their beaches are privately owned. Like
Yeah.
so the government owns the land, but they allow people to rent it out. So that was one thing. The heat. So it's like, let's go to the beach. Ridiculously expensive.
It's so weird. I guess I've never experienced that before.
Right.
I usually go to like these Greek or Spanish islands, and as a result, there's just beaches around the whole thing, and they're all deserted, especially if you drive like 5 minutes up the road. You know one there at all. And I'm sure it's like that in other countries as well. And it must be like that in parts of Italy where it's not so busy, right?
No, I think anywhere where you might want to go to the beach is like literally like that. There's a big story right now about it. If you read, you can find it. Like it's really big. I think it's Liber Mare or something. Libre Mare is like the beach, the ocean should be free. Like it's for me, like that's the movement against this beach ownership shit. If you tried this in the UK or a lot of other countries, I would be fucking turning over those things and they'd be straight in the fucking sea.
Oh my god, I bet you they've got all the papers open and they're rubbing their hands together with boners like, oh yeah, we can charge people to use the beaches too? Oh my god.
No fucking way. Try it.
They would love to. It would not happen, but they would love to do it, man. They'd charge you for fucking everything. It's crazy.
Of course. But so that was bad.
Sir, how many breaths have you taken today? That'll cost you 75 pounds per breath.
Did you breathe in ocean air? There's an ocean air
crisis. Never heard of it. Sorry.
Sorry. You can afford to go to the beach. You can afford to pay me 100 euros to go to the beach. That's what. So and then we were like, sorry, we'll drive around somewhere. But driving was so unpleasant, and it was like just navigating the car.
Did you have aircon in the car?
Yeah, thank God.
Oh well, there you go.
But we just didn't move the car. We flew into Nice, drove to Alaska. I was like, I am not moving the car. We have a parking space. That in itself is a miracle. And driving around here is awful. So let's just sit tight. I was like, yeah, fuck, this is really bad.
It's really interesting.
Yeah.
This is like so. There's 12,000 beach resorts with daily prices for 2 loungers and umbrella, averaging 35 euros, and 700 euros in exclusive locations. In a country with 7,000 kilometers of coastline, almost 70% of it is private.
Yeah.
Several towns reach 100% privatization. It's in Liguria.
Literally, that's where we were. So I was just not prepared for that.
It's like the mafia. That's what it is. It's the beach mafia. Hey,
you want to go to the beach, huh? Hey, you seen that someone trod on a rock or got stung by a jellyfish? You know, these things happen.
But
want to go down to that public beach down there?
Well,
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Public beach, people go missing. That's the one thing. But yeah, so we went to Genoa. We were like, let's take a day trip to Genoa. Mrs. F, when we were on holiday, made some dubious calls at times. She was like, I booked the tickets, we're going to Genoa. I was like, cool. Didn't realize that is an hour and 40 minutes on the train. And I was like, oh my god, if this train doesn't have aircon, we're going to die. And we're going to have to be walking around Genoa. She's like, they got an aquarium and shops, it'll be fine. We get to Genoa, we're all melting already. Walking to the aquarium is like 20 minutes in the sun. Everybody's dying. We get to the aquarium, it's okay. We walk around Genoa, it's nice. Parts of Genoa are nice, parts of it are fucking dodgy and horrible. We come back. That's the whole day. It's us just being tired in Genoa.
How do you spell this? What are you saying?
Genoa.
Oh, Genoa. Okay.
Yeah. So then, like,
it looks really nice.
Well, parts of it, yes. Parts of it,
huge.
Parts of it are a little Moss Ivory. Yeah. Well, the harbor's terrible.
Is it?
Really, but yeah.
It looks fantastic from the sky.
Well,
I guess
maybe the prostitutes are not in shot. I don't know.
They got prostitutes there?
Yeah. Lots of them.
Oh my god, man, that sounds like my dreams. I love prostitutes.
It was okay. Genoa was okay. Like once you got into the built-up area with all the shops and the nice old buildings, it was pretty.
Yeah, it's got a George Cross flag. And the coat of arms has it in the shield as well. Maybe at one point it had some leanings towards Empire. Yes.
No, so this is interesting. I was talking to my friend.
My brain just stopped working for a second.
My friend
you're not actually English. So
that's true. My friend in Italy, Yoso, I was chatting to him, and I was just thinking, I can't remember what I'd seen, but I was thinking about like the colonial era. And how when you're in Italy you don't really get the vibe of they used to own a bunch of shit, because of course Italy wasn't unified until like the 19th century. They had like the Italian kingdom. By then, everybody had done all the fucking discovering and colonizing and shit like that. So they were kind of way behind. And all they had was a couple of little bits. They had like Ethiopia. I think they did some shit in like Libya or Syria or something. But they weren't like a big colonial enterprise. Just stuff they could reach from the Med, basically, which was Africa. And even then, they didn't have too much of it. And that was why, because I thought, geez, they're like not that different from us. Should be a naval power. They're surrounded by ocean, you know, all the rest of it.
Yeah.
But they just never had that. But anyway, so then after we were in Italy for I think it was 4 days, we drove to France. Just outside Monaco, there's a place called Roquebrune du Cap Martinet or something like that, which is just along the coast to the east of Monaco, about a 20-minute drive. Very pretty area. And we turn up, and I'm expecting our Airbnb to be, it's at some kind of block of flats or something like that, and I was like, we'll have an apartment there, it's like a complex, there's a pool. I wasn't prepared for La Dragonnière, which is the place we were staying.
Right.
This place was very odd. Instant Shining vibes, straight off the bat.
La Dragonnière, there, I found it, I think. Camping. Yeah. It's a camping place.
It's not a camping place, that's the wrong place.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's not camping.
La Dragonnière.
Camping Domaine de la Dragonnière.
No, I will find it for you here. If you look, Roquebrune Cap Martinet. It's just off
the D52.
It might be on the D52.
The M23.
There's an avenue. I can't remember the guy's name. They're all named after something. There is the Avenue Winston Churchill, which I was delighted to see.
Oh, right.
That made me happy. But the Avenue Paul Doumer is the avenue, and it's just off there, and it's called the Dragonry, or the Dragonnière.
It's not coming up on Google Maps.
So with that Dragonnière, is that like a place that you stayed at? Like the name of like was that the name of the Airbnb?
So it was a small apartment in a much bigger complex of apartments.
Oh.
And all the apartments were pretty small. And I was looking on like Airbnb and I saw it and it showed the kids' room and it was like bunk bed and I thought they won't mind that. What I didn't know is that essentially they just squeezed a bunk bed into what would have been a walk-in closet.
Yeah.
And I had no idea because I didn't check the floor plan. Mrs. F was like, kids are going to be struggling in that room. And I was like, oh shit. And I looked and it was so small. Like you could close the door, but you couldn't open the door all the way. It was impossible. The bed was in the way. You had about 2 foot gap. So the kids were like crabbing in and out of this room. And it was really small. The TV was about the size of a postage stamp, so in the evenings we watched the telly or something, nobody could see it. And they had this weird thing where the sofa was on one side of the room, the telly was as far away as possible on the other side of the room. So we're just like watching a postage stamp, and that was kind of shit. It claimed to have like a full kitchen facilities, but it didn't. You had a tiny 2-hob electric cooker and no oven,
right.
So we weren't ready for that. So we do self-catering a lot when we're away because we love cooking, and it's like, you know, they've got Carrefours and stuff like that, and all the groceries.
Oh, those are so good.
So good. Yeah. So the place was weird. When we got there, we were greeted by Monsieur Eagle, who is the gardien de la Dragonnière, and he's just like the custodian.
Right.
The grumpiest guy I've ever met in my life. And he showed us how to get to our flat. And it was like a series of elevators and staircases, and it was like a maze.
Was it explained by a series of tuts and grunts as well?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So that was weird.
I love that.
So we drop off the bags of the apartment, and the kids are like, we want to see the pool. I was like, cool, let's go see what we've fucking paid for, because this place is not great. We go down to the pool, and when we come back, Mrs. F is on the floor, crying her eyes out. I was like, what's happened? She twisted her ankle.
Oh shit!
She fell out of the bathroom. There's this tiny little step, it's like 2 inches high, like the thickness of a pack of playing cards. And she went to step, missed, and because she was wearing flip-flops with kind of a bigger heel, like a sort of platform,
like a wedge.
Heel. Yeah, like a wedge. She just went over, and as she was falling, she realized that the corner of the wall she was falling towards, she was going to crack her head. So she had to sort of fall in a weird way to avoid cracking her head on something. And
Oh my god.
Tore the fuck out of her foot.
Oh,
so
man, that's
she could, like, yeah, it was really bad. This was on Saturday. So she was like, I really need painkillers. I've just used the last of the ibuprofen that I brought with me. I'm fine. Like, what am I going to do? My ankle's killing me. Like, we pop to the shop, we get some ice, like peas, frozen peas, put that on there. Now, I didn't know this. The pharmacies in France close on a Sunday, right?
Sure.
Lots of stuff does in France.
Of course.
Yeah.
But
So
you
I think
can't
they're closed on a Sunday here, right? As well.
Right, but you can't buy paracetamol or ibuprofen over the counter in
Oh,
France.
really?
Even in the supermarkets, they have like those.
Nothing.
They're all
Yeah.
like glass. There's a glass door. It's all like you gotta
It's
like
the pharmacy only.
you gotta get special access into them.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
the pharmacist is the only place you can get paracetamol or ibuprofen. There's no corner shop you can get it. Nothing. So I was like, Christ, we're gonna have to wait till tomorrow and hope we can find somewhere. Me and the youngest decide we're going to take a trip into Monaco because there's a pharmacy, the only fucking pharmacy in the entire area that's open is in the centre of Monaco.
Yeah.
Fine, so we drive in. Now, I'm looking at the map and I'm like, parking in Monaco looks like an absolute nightmare. Like it is in all of these places. I swear to God. In the UK, we're so lucky with this shit. It never seems to be that much of a problem. Even Bristol, which hates cars, has plenty of parking if you just look for
It's all
parking.
empty because it's so expensive.
Yeah, but it's expensive in Monaco.
Yeah.
Well, Monaco is basically just a fucking like city-state, right? It's like completely crammed in on the edge of
They've got a
right?
king and everything.
Yeah. It's like a little
basically
principality.
It's like a harbour with a slope with just like so many.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you have to have a certain amount of money if you want to live there. If you weren't naturally born there, if you can prove that you're naturally born in Monaco, you can live there.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
just crazy.
It's hard, but yeah, otherwise you just have to have a shit ton of money.
Yeah,
people that
you can tell.
It relies on lots of people to work there, but none of them are allowed to actually live there. They have to commute in from other places. It's
well, exactly.
insane.
I doubt they even have like their fucking own hospital or anything. Do you know what I mean? It's so tiny.
Yeah.
It is small. But so I thought we'll just park, like we're driving in and the car that we've got doesn't have sat-nav somehow, and I'm basically relying on my youngest to navigate, and I was like, shit, we're going to go through some fucking harbor you're not meant to go through, whatever. So we get into Monaco and I'm like, I'm just going to park as soon as I can. We'll walk, it's not that big. We park up and I find this parking lot and it's like all these little garages underground. I was like, awesome, we'll fucking park here. So we park up there. But then I didn't realise we were quite that far outside the centre of Monaco. It's like about a half-hour walk in like 34, 35 degree heat, starting to warm up the whole time. There are buses, but they're like hourly. We're dying, so we get down there. My youngest is like a real trooper, but she's like flagging.
Sorry guys, I just have to go do something really quick. I'll be right back. I'm so sorry.
It's
I'm
alright.
so sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'll just keep going. It's alright. We would have had to walk back up to the car park. I was like, fuck it, we'll get a bus back up there. This trip has exhausted us. Like, this whole day we're just fucking wiped out. But my daughter saw these things called Twizzies. Do you know what a Twizzy is?
No.
It's a car. It's a Renault Twizy. It's like the shittest car you can imagine. It's like a fucking go-kart. And you can hire them. So she was like, Dad, you've got to hire a Twizzy and drive around Monaco. And I was like, alright. So I look into it. You've got to get this app and get approved and everything. So I say, alright, we'll try and do it later in the week. But we get back home, we're exhausted. By the way, when we got back to the car park, she says to me, what does privé mean? It's like, what do you mean? She's like, it's written in space in this Monaco car park. I just thought, what weird spaces. But no, we should have gone down a few more floors. Anyway, the holiday's proceeding, it's not great. We get the painkillers for Mrs. F, we get something to strap up her ankle and everything. She can't even get in the pool. Kids are bored out of their mind. It's not great. We barely cook anything on this stove. It's like the shittest fucking kitchen. But we're managing. So me and the youngest, I get the approval on this app. And we go into Monaco and we're trying to find fucking Twizzy. And it's like a line bike. You see them on the app, you go up to it, you go beep, 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 it unlocks, you drive around, you park it where you're meant to park it.
Sure.
It's right in the centre circle of the Monaco Football Club stadium. This is what it looks like on the map. I'm looking at the map, there's the pitch, and the Twizzy is literally in the centre circle. It's like, this can't be right. Turns out there's a car park above the ground somewhere. And now we're walking around this pitch black car park looking for this fucking Twizzy. It's boiling hot. I've got no signal on my phone. Somehow my youngest spots the Twizzy, like fucking Legolas, she spots this Twizzy. We get in it, and I can barely fit in it. You know that scene in The
it's
Simpsons?
basically it's a front seat and then a back seat behind it, right? So it's
I
like a
wouldn't call it a
two-seater.
back seat. I really wouldn't call it a back seat. I wouldn't even call it a front seat. Okay, so this thing doesn't have windows. It has door. You reach inside the car, pull the handle, and then the door sort of opens up like a ladybird's wings. Okay, there's no, you can't fold the seat forward. My daughter just had to somehow get in the back. She's 12. She's not short. She's pretty tall for her age. She could barely fit in here. Like, she's definitely not adult sized, really. You could just about fit me in the front seat. I was like the Simpsons episode, this was the largest model that I could afford. You know, that the really tall guy. That was me.
Yeah.
She's barely in the back, and I was like, all right, love, off we go. She was like, I'm so excited to drive this thing. This car is like this shitty electric car. It's got no acceleration. It is the steering wheel is so stiff because if you turn too sharply, this thing's just gonna roll over. I'm not even kidding.
I see.
The brakes is like Fred Flintstone style. You've got to put your feet out and brake. That's what it feels like. This thing is so bad. As we're driving around, no word of a lie, people are pointing and laughing at our car, and we're just zipping around in this traffic. And I was just like, fuck it. I thought it was quite funny to drive past all these billion-dollar yachts in the harbour of Monaco. I mean, fundamentally the worst car I've ever been in. Driving around all these Lambos and Porsches, and I'm in the fucking Twizy. My daughter is laughing her head off, but people are literally pointing and laughing at our ridiculous car, which was quite funny. And because it's open air, like there's no windows, I was just shouting bonjour out the window to people. They were giving me these quizzical looks. It was fucking ridiculous. Anyway, we parked up, we had some lunch, we got home. But yeah, it was just like...
That sounds like that was the best day of the trip.
That was the best bit, because it made her so happy. And I was like, I am gonna get this fucking Twizy thing sorted. Like, I've got to do this. Because otherwise, she's not gonna have a happy memory from this holiday. And she absolutely loved it. She really did. It was really funny. But yeah, it was just, all in all, not a great trip. It's kind of depressing, to be honest, because it was like our summer holiday. It cost a decent amount of money. And I know that these are beautiful areas, but it's just like everything that could go wrong, in a minor way. Like Mrs. F's ankle was obviously really bad, but all the other things was just like, geez, that's disappointing and crap and not really acceptable. And why have you said there's a kitchen when there's barely a kitchen? Like, why have you said this apartment sleeps 4 when I would be uncomfortable keeping a pet in this second bedroom, let alone 2 children? It was so hot. I was like, why would you advertise this place as like a nice apartment when it's not? And the place in Italy was just kind of basic. Like, everything was basic. I was like, you're ripping off tourists. You know I can't get a look at this place. And now I'm here, we're fucked. Like, we're stuck in this place, and I feel like an idiot for fucking giving you all this money. It was really, really disappointing, and I felt like next time I'm gonna just do way more fucking research and be way more cautious.
I think this is always the way. Like, I think in our culture, you're taught to upsell stuff, right, to the point of omitting the truth. And like, it's the same thing with everything. It's always been that way. It's like that with estate agents telling you that the house that's falling down is a doer-upper. You know, or, do you know what I mean? Like, they'll always spin negativity into positivity in the silliest ways, and I think it's almost automatic. That happens everywhere. You see it from eBay auctions to, it's part of the world, right? And I think it isn't a British thing to do in a sense, because we are more, well, you do see it a lot here in the UK, of course, but it doesn't feel as right. We can't fucking help ourselves.
It's little things where you think, with just a bit more care, this would have made our holiday much better. Like, there was no fucking toilet paper. We had to go out and buy it. There was just nothing. Like, there was one bit there for a week. So it's like, we're gonna have to go buy this shit. You've got a cupboard full of this shit. And you're like, give them one. If they want more, they can buy it themselves. I'm like, I'm not paying £10 a night. This isn't fucking EasyJet. This is an expensive holiday. And you're scrimping on that? You're scrimping on a fucking bin bag.
You're giving us half a roll of toilet paper.
Yeah, like, what are you doing?
I have that almost every time. They give you just enough. They give you like half roll of toilet paper and one dishwasher towel.
Yeah,
right?
And you're like, great, now I have to go buy a
like, oh, okay, I guess I'm right. And I get it, right?
I don't get it, people and leave them inconvenienced to save myself fucking 10 people. That would be so fucking bad. And I look at the reviews of these places on Airbnb, and they're all 5-star. We had a great time. Who the fuck is leaving 5-star reviews of these places? I would not be doing that. The aircon in this place in France, they didn't mention this. There's a bug outside, okay? The aircon has a pipe that drops water into this bucket. We had no idea that this bucket existed or that we had to empty it. The next morning after our first night, this old lady knocks on our door. Monsieur, I didn't sleep a wink because the bucket was dripping all night. I was like, what bucket? She's like, your balcony, the bucket. I go out there, and there's this bucket brimming over, just water pouring out of it. I was like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. I empty it. We've now got to set timers to empty a fucking bucket. Do you know what? All the other apartments had a pipe that went round the side of the balcony and dripped like to the bushes or somewhere like that. These guys now just have a fucking hose in a bucket. We got there and they turned the power off when no one's using the flat. Fair enough.
Sure.
They've been somewhere there that morning. We turn up with all groceries for the week. The fridge is fucking... Everything's... The flat is hot. Everything is like that. The place is clean, but they haven't resupplied. And then they have the nerve. This is what annoys me about some of these Airbnbs. When it's checkout, they give you a fucking to-do list of shit. Do this, turn the power off, empty this, do that. Like, don't you fucking have someone to do this shit? I paid you over $1,000 to stay in your fucking place for 5 days, and you're making me take the bins out, empty this, do that, turn this, fuck off. Have some fucking respect for your guests. Okay, it really gets my good. Don't lie to me on your fucking ad. Don't make me fucking tidy up the flat. You literally pay a cleaner to do that, or do it yourself, so fucking do it. I would never, ever expect my guests to leave the place spotless on their way out, because this isn't your home. This is a place you've bought to let out on Airbnb, and that is part of the fucking deal. That is your job, is to prepare it for the next guest, not mine. But apparently that's my job. It really gets me. Just little things like that.
The sponsorship with Airbnb is fucked.
Yeah, honestly, it's not Airbnb. The issue is not Airbnb, because I have some really good stories with Airbnb. The issue is people taking the piss, and both of these places charge way more than they were worth because you're a foreign tourist. They've got you. You know what I mean? They've got you. You're going to turn up, it's too fucking late. When are you going to find another Airbnb? You've already paid for it. It's not like a hotel where you've got a certain standard, like a Hilton or whatever. You know what you're paying for. This is just a roll in the dice, and it was really disappointing. Because the people were nice, but they just didn't give a shit about the guests. They didn't take care of these tiny little details that would make a huge difference. I was thinking you turn up, there's a bottle of wine there, milk, sugar, tea, coffee in the fridge ready, and it's like there's clean towels, there's beach towels, there's all the stuff you need. There was fucking nothing. Like there were like 2 towels for a 4-bed place. 2 little towels.
Joe, I've never stayed at an Airbnb, and I've always been a bit reluctant to stay at one because
some of them were great. I mean, the one we stayed at in Croatia, I stayed at one in Croatia, it was amazing. The guy brought us fresh food every day. He was a fisherman. He would bring us fish every day, like, here's some fish. He's like, oh, so here's some fresh pork. My friend just killed a pig, here's some pork. We went hunting, we got some deer, here's some venison. Here's a load of sausages we made. Brilliant, fresh fruit and vegetables, just bring it to us. And he was the nicest guy, and this place was wonderful. And it was cheap.
Maybe I'm jaded or something, I don't know, but like, if somebody was being that nice to me, I would really struggle to trust them. I would think like, oh, I'm probably gonna die tonight, or, you know.
No, I think that is
this guy just gave me porn, I'm dead.
I think maybe you don't travel enough.
Maybe not, yeah.
You become so insular. He's being nice to me, it's a drink of some kind.
I don't know, man. I think the older you get, you get screwed over so many times in your life leading up to you getting older. You just think, oh man, I can't trust anyone.
I get it. I get it. Like we had exactly the same thing when we went around New Zealand, and the first place we went was looked nice and fine, and we turned up and the guy's like, oh, I didn't know you were coming because fucking I didn't check the booking or whatever. I only checked this other thing, and so we were like, okay. And he was like, you can come in anyway if you want. We haven't got anywhere else to stay. We just arrived from like fucking the UK.
Yeah.
So it's gonna. And so we go in, and of course, like the whole place is like a shithole because the last people have just left. They've partied around the whole place. And the guy's like, oh, well, we can get you some new sheets, but that's all we can do. And so we actually went out and bought some fucking cleaning supplies just so we could, like, make the place not, you know, because we were staying there for a few days. We didn't want to fucking live in this, basically, like, gross kind of place.
Right.
And that was a place where they had their own water supply,
Oh my
which
god.
was plumbed into the ground, but it was like iron was in the ground or something.
Oh, it's like red water.
So the first load of washing we put on stained all of the whites like yellow.
Oh.
It was
So I
insane.
could have done that for you naturally. You did that. Mine are all like that too.
And then we went to another place which was really, really nice, and they had like, it was like a farm, and they had a dog, and went like canoes on a lake. It was just super nice. No beds, they were single beds kind of thing, and me and my partner had to sleep in a single bed together, which was one of the worst things I've ever done. You know, just don't do it.
Yeah, it's so rough.
And then, you know, like the other places were a mix. You know, one place cancelled on us at the last minute. We were stuck. It was like 10 p.m. right? We got to this place and they cancelled on us because they said, oh, we don't book to someone else, whatever. So you're like, fine. So we like rang up. Booked a call. They were like, oh, don't worry, we've got a place for you an hour's drive away on this road. So we looked at it. Okay, so we drove for an hour to this place. I think it was called something like Victoria Road. We got there. I'm sure I told the story.
You guys just are in Jersey. We got one of those here. We got Victoria Road here.
We got there.
We got beaches,
And it was, you know, 11 p.m. You know, and we walked around the house. We couldn't find like the box for the key, and we were like, you know, looking in the windows, peering, we couldn't get in. And we rang up booking.com, and they were like, oh, you should be there. The key should be there. The person's gonna come and meet you. And we're like, well, I'll fucking find this person. It's like pitch black. There's no one here. It's just deserted. And I figured out that we were on the wrong Victoria Road. We'd driven to like 15 Victoria Road, but it was 2 hours the other way, so it was an hour south instead of an hour north. And of course everywhere's called Victoria Road, we should have known. But fucking, we ended up then driving 2 hours more. We got there at 1 a.m. to this other place, found our way in pretty quick. But then of course there's no power, there's no gas on the hole or anything. You know, you have to go out under the house to get a gas tank from this spidery dark basement. You know, there's tons of places like that that are just, you know, someone's holiday home or whatever that they barely care about. And, you know, I'm sure it's not convenient for them either to have people turning up at 1 a.m. But to me, like, it would have happened if the other people weren't so careless. And that's New Zealand, which is a place where people are relatively on it. I think like France and Italy, they're all laid back, chilled out. You know,
yeah, they're pretty chilled out and laid back. Listen, I went to France one time, and we stayed at a hotel there. We'd had a whole long day of traveling. Got to the hotel, checked in. Everybody's quite to get up to our room, you know, just sit down and have a rest and stuff. So I thought this is a great opportunity for me to go and take a well-earned shit. So into the bathroom I went. I did my business. It took a little while. It was quite a big one. Like I said, we've been traveling all day, and I just needed to unload. There was a lot to unpack in that. Anyway, I took a huge shit and flushed the toilet, and it was instantly blocked. And I was like,
oh my god.
There's only one.
Wait, is that on you? Is that because of your mega poop, or is it we blame the toilet here?
Well, I mean, it's hard to know what's going on in those pipes, you know. Like, it was a big poo. Granted, it was a huge one, so it could have been me. All right. Let's just say it was me, because the next part will prove it. Okay. It was a big one. It was a big one that did not want to fully flush down. Okay.
Oh my god.
So I flushed, and
we've reached a new low.
Well, listen, it happens. I flushed, and this sucker was not going down. So I did the forbidden technique. I took the toilet brush and, with a lot of toilet paper in there, pushed it. You know, pushed it, thinking, you know, it's moved a bit. It'll probably just go now, right, on the next flush. So I flush again. It didn't go.
Overflow. Yeah.
It didn't overflow though. Okay, the water went up quite high, but not near enough to overflow. Like, there was still a little bit of wiggle room there. So I was like, oh, you know, I went out and I said to everybody, listen, I'm so sorry. I blocked the toilet. It couldn't be helped. I didn't think I was gonna block it. but here we are, sort of thing. Everybody's like, well, don't worry, we won't win or whatever. Let's
Here
leave
we
it.
are.
But we'll leave it, you know, let's go out and find something to eat or whatever, and we'll come back, and it'll probably be...
You still have an appetite.
It'll probably be
after this,
cleared by this time. And,
by whom?
well,
the toilet
naturally,
goblin.
Naturally, it's
This
in
is
there
like the-
soaking, like it's gonna...
This is like the cobbler in the
No,
Elves
it's gonna get
story.
so full of water that it'll just start breaking apart. Like I'm sure that's what shit does.
Almighty.
Anyway, so we leave, we go out, and you know, we don't even think about it again. You know, we're out for hours. We get home, and then, you know, my kids are like, oh God, I'm dying, I gotta go to the bathroom. They go in, oh, I can't go to the bathroom, the toilet's so blocked. And I said, oh yeah, it's blocked, but you should, like, if you just need to pee, you can probably go. And they're like, no, we can't. Go in, and the water was like right up to the rim, okay? Like it had not gone down, it gone up. It gone up like maybe an inch. Okay, so it's like right on the rim. It's like just threatening to spill over. So I was like, well,
This is like a horror
oh, fuck,
story.
it was awful. So I went downstairs to the reception and I said, listen, I don't know what's going on, but the toilet is blocked, and we flushed the toilet and the water is like right up. It hasn't spilled over yet, but it's like right up there. And we can't do anything about it. So the lady's like, okay, well, you know, unfortunately, our maintenance guy isn't back in until Monday. You know, this was like Saturday evening. So, you know, it's gonna have to stay like that. And I was like, okay, well, what can we do? And she's like, listen, we'll put you in another room. We've got another room just down the hall from your room, the exact same room.
Wait, the exact same room? They brought the poo over?
No, minus the poo. It's the exact same layout, everything, same room. It's just down the hall. You guys can have that one. You just have to move your stuff or whatever, and then we'll just deal with the toilet, you know, on Monday or whatever. So we're like, oh, thanks so much, you know, that's great. Went back upstairs, moved all the stuff and whatever, and it was further down the hall, so we would have to pass the old room on our way to, like, get to the elevator, okay? This is important because...
The room of shame.
It was the room of shame. Every time we walked by, we felt awful. But not so much so as the following morning when we were leaving, we walked by and we noticed that there was quite a few cleaning carts outside the old room. Not only that, the carpet in front of the old room, all in the hallway, was completely soaked.
Oh my God, with poo water.
Yeah, and we had to walk through it and feel the shame. And when we got outside, like every puddle we could find, we were like rolling the suitcase through, rolling the buggy through, and just trying to dilute the shit water that would have been all over our feet and everything.
It's fascinating lack of trust you have in other people. I don't trust you around a toilet.
Man,
like,
okay, the thing is that there's no way that me taking a shit should have caused all that. There's got to be some underlying issue. That's unbelievable. Why is the water going up? It's meant to go down. Like, well, why is it coming back up? Like, that much?
It's blocked.
It's like it was blocked like half a foot to overflow. Like, it was unbelievable. Like the amount of water.
Like, sometimes they have a slow run, don't they?
Sure.
Yeah, running slow.
So anyway, so we did end up having to walk through shit water caused by me. That whole room, I think they must have had to just take a blowtorch to it. Yeah, it's like, there's no other way. It's awful.
I bet they had a big fucking family full of British people in the same afternoon.
Yeah. Your toilet's fucked, but that'll be $5 please.
Yeah.
Here's half a roll of toilet paper.
Yeah.
And one dishwasher tablet. I thought what you were going to say, Sips, when you got the new room, you instantly took a massive shit.
No.
Toilet as well.
And then the whole trip, that was just the start. That was like the second night of our trip, because we were staying in kind of multiple places leading up to staying in like the main place we were going to. And the whole trip, every time I went to the bathroom, everybody's like, oh my God, have you done it again? It's like, no, come on. This is not sticking. I'm not the toilet blocker guy, okay? It happened once. Under very unfortunate circumstances. I think there was an underlying plumbing issue as well, coincidentally. There's no way that I'm becoming known as the guy who blocks toilets. I don't often block toilets, for the record, okay? It just... and it was pretty bad. But you know, what can you do?
I'm just gonna make a request, if I may. Please do not email in with your own toilet blocking story. Get enough toilet-related emails that I ignore as it is. Please don't send in your own. That was a good story. Don't try and top it. All right. Sips's blocked toilet story is the end of this.
It was quite a shameful story.
Yeah, exactly.
The family that vacations together stays together. At least that was the plan. Except now the dastardly desk clerk is saying he can't confirm your connecting room.
Wait, what?
That's right, ma'am. You have rooms 201 and 701.
No, we cannot be 5 floors away from our kids.
The doors have double locks. They'll be fine.
When you want your connecting rooms confirmed before you arrive, it matters when you stay.
Welcome, Hilton. I see your connecting rooms are already confirmed.
Hilton, for the stay.
Private citizens. A few decades ago, private citizens used to be largely that, private. What has changed? The internet. Think about everything you browsed, searched for, watched, or tweeted. Now imagine all of that data being crawled, collected, and aggregated by data brokers into a permanent public record. Your record. Having your private life exposed for others to see was once something only celebrities worried about. But in an era where everyone is online, everyone is a public figure. Keep in mind, private, when I go online, I turn to ExpressVPN.
Yes, amazing. Thank you, Perry. Don't worry, because ExpressVPN has your back. One of the easiest ways for data brokers to track you is through your IP. But with ExpressVPN, your IP address is hidden, making it much more difficult for data brokers to monitor, track, and monetize your private online activity. ExpressVPN also encrypts 100% of your network traffic to keep your data safe from hackers when you're on public Wi-Fi. It works on all your devices, phone, laptop, tablet, you name it. Just tap one button to turn it on, you're protected. I use ExpressVPN at home. I recommend you do. Protect your online privacy today by using expressvpn.com/trifles. That's expressvpn.com/trifles. You get an extra 3 months for free with the show.
Do you guys want to hear a different story? This is a total change of pace. Something I read about when I was on holiday.
Sure.
I don't know how this came up. Have you guys heard of a guy called Carl Gudashian?
That sounds familiar to me somehow.
No, I don't know. He's not the guy who tore his door chairs.
Is this a trap where you're going to say I'm some sort of racist for knowing who this is?
No.
Okay, good.
This guy's his alias was, he was the FBI's most prolific bank robber.
Okay.
This guy he's still alive, 76. He was born in 1947 in Pennsylvania. This is his robberies, right? He robbed banks for, let me think, about 30-year period on court. He got about $2 million in total before he was caught and sentenced to 17 years in prison. Okay. This is how he would do it. His robberies were meticulously planned and executed. Using topographical and street maps, he selected small town banks which were next to wooded areas by nearby highway on-ramps. He would observe the target from the woods for several days to glean insight on employee behavior. Waiting to strike in autumn, winter, or earlier darkness, he would then create a cache to stash the money in his equipment immediately following the robbery.
Wow.
He carried out the robberies on Friday night just before closing, believing this minimized the number of customers present and maximized the cash on hand.
Yeah, smart.
Characteristically, this is my favorite part, the actual physical, how he carried out the robberies. Characteristically, he wore a frightening face mask, such as a character from a horror film, making sure it fit snugly to hide the color of his skin, and wore bulky clothes to disguise his build. Entering the bank carrying a pistol, he moved in a crab-like manner to confuse estimates of his height.
Oh my god!
He would then vault the counter in a standing jump, landing with a frightening crash, then stuff his bag with money and leave, usually after less than 2 minutes in all.
Whoa!
Now, the crab-like manner is bizarre enough, because if a guy wielding a gun and wearing a horror mask crab walked into anywhere, I'm hitting the deck and I'm terrified. But the vault over the thing just reminds me of Bill Gates jumping over that chair. Because this guy is just a little guy. He's not like a big dude. Wearing a scent block to disguise his trail.
What the fuck? This guy's full of everything.
I know. They should just let him get away with it. Honestly, he's done such a good job.
He'd stash evidence in his cache, then ride a dirt bike through the woods to a plain panel van, where he would load the bike onto the van and get immediately onto the freeway. On one occasion, a startled bank manager leaned towards Gagosian, who shot him in the abdomen. So he was also, he couldn't fuck with him. Now this is the bit that's a bit crazy. During his robbery of a Fulton bank in Susquehanna Township, Dauphin County, Pennsylvania, Gagosian shot responding police officer Sergeant Robert O. McAllister, who died in 2019 from complications from the shooting injury. Now,
So hang on, how many years later is that? Sorry,
nearly 40 years.
Okay.
Now, complications related to the injury? I don't know about that. That's 40 years. That's a lot. That's a very complicated
Well, maybe he
complication.
took like liver damage or heart damage from it or something.
40 years, dude.
That is a long time to have
Consequently,
complications.
the death was ruled a homicide, and Gagosian was named as a suspect. But statute of limitations, investigators still hope to draw a confession from Gagosian somehow.
So hang on. So what is the statute of limitations on shooting someone then?
I don't
40
know.
years?
Let's have a look.
I
Statute of
didn't
limitations.
think it had one. I thought the murder was no statute of limitations.
I think because he
That's the
didn't
whole point
actually
of
kill
doing
him.
cold cases,
But he didn't
right?
kill him, did he?
What did he?
Well, he died of complications. Also, it's like manslaughter, is it?
I guess. I don't know. Either way, they're hoping that he'll just confess. He went to prison. He had hidden the plans and equipment for his robberies, sealed in PVC pipes, hidden in concrete drainage pipes. These were found by two boys playing in the woods in Pennsylvania. From this material, police constructed a more accurate profile, which led to his arrest in 2002.
Wow.
His extensive cooperation after his arrest resulted in his initial 115-year sentence being reduced to 17 years. In prison, he taught mathematics to other inmates, and he was released in 2017 at the age of 69. So
He's out.
free.
He's free.
He's out.
He's meant to have 115 years.
115 years, he's out.
But because he was so cooperative, I bet you he loved telling them about everything he thought
Yeah,
up to do him in.
But, I mean, even keeping the plans and materials not at his house, so if he got raided or they arrested him or
that's
anything, there's
smart.
nothing in his house to incriminate. This guy was serious.
Yeah.
Professional bank robber. That's
It's
how
an
you do
interesting story, but I mean, it's as cool as it is and everything, and as careful as he was and stuff. Obviously, the impact of him robbing banks would have been felt by a lot of people probably at some point.
Hey,
Right?
I'm not saying he's a hero.
No, I'm not. I just sometimes you hear stuff like this and you're like, oh wow, what a really interesting guy or whatever. But you have to always sort of remind
He
yourself
fucking shot two people. He's a piece of
he
shit.
was also
So the
a criminal.
FBI says at the age of 50, he was shot while attempting to rob a candy store. So he was trying to rob a candy store at the age of 15.
Yeah.
And was sent to this state youth detention facility. But on release, he apparently thought there was this misunderstanding that this FBI agent says he didn't know that juvenile records get expunged. He thought he'd never be able to get a real job. So instead, he took deliberate steps to continue with a life of crime and excel in it.
Wow.
Apparently he did enjoy the art of ballroom dancing and even did it a few times a week. So he could have got a completely different life if he
Just
not
not made
explained
an
to him.
assumption. Yeah, he could have done
Is
it.
it strictly come down?
It's really weird how meticulous he was about everything except for that. All it would take is like a quick phone call. Hey, do my records stay around forever or not? I just need to know. I'm making some
Have a
life
nice life.
decisions here this morning. Oh man, that's weird, eh?
Oh god, guys, we've got to talk about the Australian breakdancer at the Olympics, Ray Gunn.
Oh, I
Did you hear this
saw
story?
this. I saw the breakdancing, and I didn't really know what was going on. I saw her breakdancing, I thought, she does not seem to be very good at breakdancing.
No.
What is going on? Oh, but I just thought it's the Olympics, so maybe it's like, it's not so much about the showmanship. Maybe it's like a technical thing or something.
Right. So this is the issue, is that I don't think people know how breakdancing is sort of meant to be scored, if you like.
Right.
Do you know the story of Ray Gunn, the Aussie entrant, and
Yes.
all the controversy?
I don't know her
Okay,
story,
so-
but
so-
I did see her performance.
All right.
First of all, the Olympics itself is a fucking big old load of weird, messy nonsense,
Yeah, it
right?
is, yeah.
It's got literal children doing death-defying stunts in skateboarding. Yet there is a thing called the Youth Olympic Games, right? They actually sued us back in the day because we released some Minecraft videos called the Yog Olympics, and they are the only videos on our channel that have been actively removed by YouTube
Wow.
Okay, because YOG is a copyright term, Youth Olympic Games, right? But that doesn't matter for sports like gymnastics, where it's routinely won by 13 or 14
15-year-olds. Yeah,
which is okay, right? I guess. Is that okay? Maybe. And then, of course, like there's tons of sports, and they're all ludicrous. And it's fun to watch because when you're watching the Olympics on telly, you know, it's like, well, now we're going to go to some shooting. Now we're going to go to some people breakdancing. It's mental. Okay.
I love the voice that you're using for this.
Is a mental idea.
Now we're going to go to some shooting.
This story is crazy. So she was like some sort of. What I heard was that there was an Australian university lecturer who basically was a casual breakdancer in her free time. She wanted to. She had somehow qualified for the Olympics and went there and did a terrible job, but was kind of apparently either doing it on purpose or there was some sort of mean reason why she was doing it.
No, so what I read was that none of her moves are like standard moves. She invented all these moves, which you could tell because they're shit. Right?
Like the one where she kind of drags her cheek on the floor slowly and stuff.
Yeah, these are all original
These are all
moves.
her moves.
So I don't know if she's thinking that should be worth some points, right? I'm doing all these cool original moves. But the way that there was no Breakdancing Australia sort of way that they selected her. Some organisation I think she is familiarly involved with, either her mother or her husband or something runs Ballroom Dancing Australia, and they, for some reason, the Olympics got them to choose, so they picked her. She's like clearly not a breakdancer, like obviously. I don't know what's in it for her because I don't think you get a lot of money for being in the Olympics, and now she's a laughing stock and a meme. Was it worth it? I don't know.
I don't know if she's a laughing stock. She was certainly celebrated. The Aussies loved her coming back. They carried her down the street.
Really?
Do you know what I mean?
No, they didn't. Really?
They did. It's great. I think a lot of people really loved this thing. And
Did they like it because it's like put two fingers up to the establishment?
I think more people should take the piss out of some of these Olympics.
I don't know though.
The
actual breakdancing competitors though were insane. Like it is incredible. The contrast between her performance and somebody who's actually good at breakdancing is just.
I don't want to undermine the sport of breakdancing on this podcast.
That's never coming back apparently. Because the next Olympics in LA, right? Is that?
Oh, really?
I think it is. Yeah, but apparently it's not going to be an event breakdancing. That's it. That was the first.
Interesting.
The first time any.
They always do post a list of new sports. They're doing cricket. They're doing 2020 cricket, flag football, squash, and baseball/softball in LA Olympics.
I think my issue is
some American shit.
that the continual expansion and adding of new sports, people have a problem with it because they're like, that shouldn't be an Olympic sport.
Man, some of them are crazy though.
Some of them are crazy.
The one where they have like that weird looking shotgun and they got a towel in their pocket. What the fuck came up with that? Like, what are they doing?
It is weird.
Yeah, it's odd.
But I guess it's like, this is a chance for these people to compete internationally on a big stage for a niche sport that might not otherwise. But is pickleball going to be in the Olympics? Olympic pickleball.
This is what I'm saying. It's the fastest growing sport in America.
Better fucking be.
Exactly.
I mean, what is chess going to be? Is chess in the Olympics? Does that not count?
It's not very
exactly. Like it's. But Simpson's got an answer for all of these.
No, I mean he's right. It's not physical, and if we allow that, but they're going to have video games.
Are they?
They're going to have esports in the Olympics. Yeah, they want to add like.
Well, if they have
something
I'd
like that.
say they should kind of fold chess into that too. Then I think it would make sense. I mean, the chess, like the world of chess is.
It is great.
It's huge. Yeah, I mean.
But answer me this, right? What other than the Olympics? Name another shooting competition. Name another fucking volleyball competition. I mean, you could just say, the World Volleyball Championship, sure. But with football, you've got the World Cup, European Cup.
Well, you got the Commonwealth Games, I guess, is probably the next biggest, right?
I guess, yeah. And I'm sure there's a South American
and
one.
And it has all the same athletics
and all this
stuff.
But there's no, like, week in, week out competition that everybody's watching the way there is with so many other sports. Basketball, hockey, football,
well,
American
it hasn't
football,
been
cricket, all of that.
It hasn't been it hasn't been sort of mainstream the same way some of like the big franchise sports are. You know, like
yeah,
your
but it's
hockey,
also like
basketball,
this is the
baseball.
chance for these guys. We have these games at the Olympics because that way it gives something
Well, maybe the reason
to
why
the whole season for
maybe
running.
the reason why it's never branched out into anything is because there's just not that much appetite for it. You know, I think
Yeah,
people
exactly.
every 2 years, you know, for the Olympic and then 2 years after that, the Summer Olympics, I think people are happy enough just sort of saying, yeah, give me 2 weeks of like all these other sports.
Yeah, we'll watch it.
And I'll watch them. I'll keep track because it's countries competing. It's kind of like people who don't watch any football at all, but then really
Right.
love the World Cup, like me. I don't watch any
Right.
Premier League football. I don't keep track of any football whatsoever. But I love watching the Euros and I love watching.
Yeah, you've got
the
someone to
World
root for,
Cup.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's the same with the Olympics. I would never watch any of these sports otherwise, but because it's in this big international competition, I'll watch it because I know it's just on for
And
like
you know
2
it's
weeks.
coming, right? The fact is that, you know, a 9-year-old today prepared to do skateboarding in 4 years' time at the Olympics.
Yeah, that's what I'll be preparing my kids for.
But,
Kids,
I mean,
the future is skateboarding.
There's other stuff that they can do around this stuff anyway, and I think in a lot of cases these guys are just doing this stuff because they really like to do it. I don't think that anybody really goes in and says, okay, in 5 years' time I'm going to be Olympics ready. Like, I think that does happen at some point, but I don't think you start with that goal necessarily in mind. You know what I mean? I think you get into it naturally. You prove that you're pretty good at it, and then, you know, people start to push you in that direction.
I guess your coaches would do
Yes.
that. Your coaches would be like, look, you're
Yeah.
really good at this.
This guy's
We're going to
exceptional.
put you in touch with
He's only 5 years old. He's doing double daffy laffy taffies all over the damn place. I can't contain him.
He's
Send
working
him to
on
the
the triple
Olympics.
taffy laffies.
This guy's doing triple daffy.
This guy's really fucking rich and has his own stables. He could be the horse guy.
Yeah, like fucking horse guy.
Holy shit, there was a bit of around the horse stuff. Did you see that?
Which one? The girl whipping that horse or something?
Yeah,
else?
no, there's that woman who was set to be like the favorite to go for gold. She had to step out. She had to bow out just before the Olympics started because a video was released of her basically abusing her horse, being rude
So here's
to
my
her
question,
horse.
right? Here's my question. That comes out, and all the horsey people are like, oh gosh, that's appalling.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking, you guys are all fucking doing that, aren't you? You're all
She was
fucking whipping these
apparently
horses.
really losing her marbles with it, like, you fucking stupid fucking horse! The fucking glue factory! If you're not careful, fuck you! Going crazy!
He said triple daffy taffy laffy, you stupid horse!
People do awful things for competitive. Look at what Lance Armstrong did, and the amount of people go crazy.
Oh, they do.
They fucking inject themselves with shit and fucking take blood transfusions. It's mental.
I'm just
It's
saying, I reckon if you dug even a little deep, this is super commonplace, and in private, a bunch of horsey people might be saying, well, of course, sometimes you've got to thrash the beast within an inch of its life,
Do you think
otherwise
that
it simply don't let anything.
The Queen was really into horses. Do you think she was ever abusive towards a
Apparently,
horse?
yeah, I read a big article about it.
You
She
fucking long-faced cunt! You fucking horse a day!
Philip, these horses aren't all four-legged devil. Grab him by the mane. Push his face into his own poop, you devil. What did I get? Charles, show me there and help.
Please help me, big brother.
Philip, horse whipper.
Horse whipperer. Oh, fucking.
I think there's
Well,
been a
Robert
lot-
Redford would be turning in his grave if he knew what was happening to all these
If he was
horses.
dead, he'd be turning
If he
in
was
his
dead, he would be fucking turning.
I can't say that the Olympics was that
That's all right.
brilliant,
I didn't
but
watch
it's.
much.
I didn't watch
it's
any of it
interesting.
actually. It just it's so fucking busy, man. Like
Just had the
usually-
Euros, you know what I mean? Just had the fucking Euros.
Usually, like a little bit of time, but this year, no time.
I think that's enough for podcast.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
your fucking
I'm so
lot,
sorry
right?
I had to step away for a second. I've got
That's all right.
It's all right. I mean, it happens.
to sort out, but
Well,
we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there.
Busy time, busy place.
Busy bee.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. We'll see you next time.
And
We're
you,
all back.
mon ami,
Yeah, we're all back from when we all get back from our summer
No promises
hollybobs.
there'll be regular episodes for the next few weeks.
Fucking hollybobs.
Let us know. Take care. Bye.
Pickaxe.
The family that vacations together stays together. At least that was the plan. Except now the dastardly desk clerk is saying he can't confirm your connecting rooms.
Wait, what?
That's right, ma'am. You have rooms 201 and 709.
No, we cannot be 5 floors away from our kids.
The doors have double locks. They'll be fine.
When you want your connecting rooms confirmed before you arrive, it matters where you stay.
Welcome to Hilton. I see your connecting rooms are already confirmed.
Hilton, for the stay.
To buy or not to buy? That's the question on every New Yorker's mind. It's on Street Easy's mind, too. They know the journey can feel arduous and long, like commuting from the Bronx to Brooklyn long. But you should never have to face it alone. Whether you're dreaming ahead, looking at listings, or touring your way through every borough, Street Easy will be there every step of the way. So fear not what lies ahead. Street Easy will make sure that all's well until it ends well. Let the journey begin. Take the first steps towards buying an NYC with Street Easy.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Triforce podcast. That's right. It is I, Lewis, your host and lead king of all that is nerdy for the last 8 years we've been doing this. I'm joined, of course, by my friend Kieran, who is here today with me in the office.
Hello.
What's this formal tone that you've taken on?
We've
Where a
been
podcast
doing
has been going for like 8 years. We're past all this. You don't need to have your tuxedo on and your bow tie. Okay, you just say, hey guys, what's up? I pooped my pants last week, and also my bathroom stopped working, and I'm still a vegan or whatever, you know.
So I went to a mega game. I wanted to tell you about it.
When?
The what?
Den of Wolves, it's called.
When?
So just a weekend before last. And it's basically like one of these. I went to one before. There's a place, Southwest Mega Games. Shout out for these guys. I think
That's
they're
an
shouting out
early
to a
shout out.
couple
That's 1 minute into the podcast.
Triforce fans. You're there.
Southwest Mega Games. Let's get some photos. I bet there's
Southwest
photos from the
Mega
most
Games.
recent. Yeah.
So it was in a village hall. They all usually are.
How
And
many
it's-
people attended this event?
I think about 30 or 40.
I was gonna say,
Right.
Yeah,
Nice.
It's pretty good. Maybe even more. And so there's like a couple of guys who run it, and they're sort of acting as kind of the control, the dungeon masters, you know, whatever, the games masters bit. So they sort of make sure everything goes quite smoothly. And then we're all playing as countries. Now, the one I went to before was like an XCOM themed one where we were all countries trying to fight off the UFOs. This one was more sort of Battlestar Galactica themed, except for it didn't use any of that terminology, right? Because you want to rip them off. So the idea was that you all guys, you were different spaceships in a little fleet, running away from these, Cylons, but they were called wolves. And it's great, you've got, everyone's like, there's all the politics involved in Battlestar Galactica, so, there's like fuel shortages and striking and riots going on and all the other stuff, and then there's Cylons infiltrating, so there's like some people sabotaging stuff. And then of course there's all the attacking that happens. You have the wolves come in and attack you. You have to sort of quickly get away before the attacks get too strong. It was very intense. A very fun day.
Were you getting a real sweat on by the end of it? Because this sounds thrilling.
Well, I can tell you one thing that happened. So I was on the team. It was me, Ben, and Mike and our friend as well. And Mike was our sort of council member, right? So the council is where one member from each team goes into this separate room and they sort of chat through making these grand, enactments or whatever they're called, policies that affect everyone, right? So they might, we realize fuel control so no one's hoarding it, or we're gonna make sure that all of these things are fair, or we're gonna fund a project like a Cylon detector, or they kind of have big sweeping changes, right? So there were some fears that the president might be one of the wolves. And so they had this election, right? And Mike was like didn't want to run for the election, but he was like pushing for an election, trying to get our candidate. Anyway, they had a vote, and so we're all in the kitchen having a break, having a cup of tea, and we like overhear that Mike has been elected president, because we recognise that the other team were like talking about it, and they don't know we're listening in. And so they're saying, yeah, that guy from the fuel ship, he's been elected president. But they used a Cylon detector on him, and he was immediately arrested for being an asylum. So Mike had this wonderful moment where he was president for a day, and then he got immediately taken to the corner room in the brig and was like being interrogated. It was honestly like so fun.
I've posted a couple of pictures in the Discord, Sips. This is the sort of folks you might bump into at a mega game.
Right. Yeah. What are you doing? What's this?
You're one of the judgmental. I'm saying look
these
at
folks
these.
look like me.
Look at these guys at a mega game. That's why I'm
that
posting
guy's
this
wearing a
innocently.
tinfoil costume. That wasn't typical of the day. People are more smartly dressed than that. The sort of command crew were wearing like proper, jumpsuit, like
Thank you, apparently. I posted them without comment or context.
You didn't. You gave comment.
I said these are the kinds of people you might see in a mega game.
You posted them with contempt. I heard it in your voice.
Projecting.
These are the kind of people who go to a mega game, Lewis. Like you.
I just said these are the kinds of people you might see in a mega game, and I posted these two pictures in the Discord of these massive nerds playing a mega game.
I had a blast, I've got to admit. We did another big old mystery quest yesterday, which was fantastic fun, where we get to do a bit of role play all day. I've really been enjoying getting into these things, honestly.
That wasn't yesterday, was it? It was the day before yesterday.
No, sorry, Tuesday.
Oh yeah, Fox, you're in Bristol right now, aren't you?
I am, sir. I am.
Nice. Are you having fun?
I am, yeah. It's I managed to land on my feet with an Airbnb this time, which is pretty cool. The worst thing about the Airbnb, and this is saying something,
it's all the secret cameras. You
You
can't jack off in there with a clear conscience knowing that somebody is secretly spying on you.
I never masturbate with a clean conscience anyway. It's
right. Okay. It's always
a guilty pleasure.
Dirty.
Yeah, dirty. There's a sign above the toilet. I guess it's just the only place they can put it. It's one of those sort of inspirational signs you might see. But instead of live, laugh, love, it says normal gets you nowhere, and the nowhere sign, the nowhere is all backwards and messed up. And I thought, what the fuck is that meant to me? Because that sign itself to me screams normie.
No, it's a bit weird, isn't it?
That's
like
what?
That's the kind you see this stuff, these signs at Airbnbs where it's like basically they want you to, like you said before, like fully clean their Airbnb for them before you leave. And they're quite passive aggressive about it.
Yeah, there's quite a few places that are.
Yeah.
Well, this one's pretty chill. It's pretty chill.
Go.
It's just fine. It's just a good little pad.
It's not your preferred location, is it?
No, it's not. That's I've got that one. I booked that 8 months ago for Jingle Jam. I'm ready. I've got that one pre-booked. Yeah.
Whenever Halifax comes down,
he's got a pre-booked for Jingle Jam.
Yeah, it's the best.
He's thought about it.
Oh, right.
Well, Period actually is weird when I think so many people want to do stuff with Period that when he comes down, the week is like booked full. Like we have to cancel everything else we were doing because Period's doing this on Monday, this on Tuesday, this on Wednesday. It's like it's random.
It's not worth it for you guys, but it is. It's nice because I guess I've got a lot of things that I've been recording for a while. So, for example,
people like you.
No, I don't think it's that at all. I mean, it's like the mystery quest thing. Tom likes to put people into that are perhaps not in every one. Do you know what I mean? So I'm in. So it's like, well, we've done mystery quests before. They've generally gone okay. So if he's in town, we'll pop him in one. We'll do a games night recording like you, me, and Ben, because you guys can do them all the time with everyone else. I'm in town for a week, so we may as well record one with him then. So it's more like that. I don't think it's like, oh, Period's down. It's more like a fresh face that isn't here all the time, that at least could enliven a thumbnail with a whole.
Some fresh meat is in town.
Fresh meat, that's all it is.
Nice. What have you been doing since? I mean, your life isn't having fun running events. It's ferrying children and
that's it.
Dealing with
just
builders,
being
right?
Yeah, been dealing with builders recently, and then being a taxi driver, basically, for everybody in my family who now all of a sudden just has so many places that they need to go. We're going away next week. We're going tomorrow, and we're away for the whole following week as well. So normally I would be dreading a family vacation because they're more work than staying at home. But this time I'm actually looking forward to it because I'm so sick of being at home that I need a break. So it'll be nice. It'll be nice to get away and go and do some different stuff. And hopefully just chill out a bit, you know. It'll be good.
Is everyone coming? All the children?
All of the children. Every last one of them are coming.
Great. So
yeah.
You can't fob one off, you know, with someone else.
We did a couple little fun weekend and day trips like this summer with my mother-in-law and my brother-in-law as well. They came along, which was kind of nice. Different pace for sure. It was nice having more adults to you know, look after all of the kids instead of the ratio being in the kids' favor sort of thing. You know, we finally had more adults
you outnumbered them, so you can take the flight to them. Finally.
That's it. That's right. So that was pretty fun.
Like Ukraine.
Yeah, but this week-long trip is we're just back to the 2 adults, 3 children. So we're outnumbered again. But you know,
well, we can do some HIMARS or whatever.
Yeah.
So, I don't know where that analogy's going. That's
He's obsessed. So we went to the pub last night, a bunch of people from the office, and Sarah, I don't know if you guys are aware, Sarah's a bit of a Taylor Swift fan. She went to
Taylor Swift was at Wembley just recently. That's right.
Well, Sarah was at the Eras tour. She went, I think it was the Wembley show. It was like 92,000 people there or something like that.
Yeah. Do you know what you want to hear something crazy?
Sure.
I was just at Wembley. I didn't go to the show. My wife and her mom and her brother went to see Bruce Springsteen at Wembley when he was there. And I don't even think there was as many people there as for Taylor Swift. I think it was like sold out and then some for Taylor Swift.
Yeah, of course.
I think for
Taylor
Bruce,
Swift was sold out so badly. Like when Sarah was looking at the tickets originally, when they first came out, she was like, I can only get tickets in Poland. I'm going to have to go to Poland to see Taylor Swift.
That's not so bad.
Which is pretty crazy.
I could stay at that place that Flax stayed at, the casino one.
That wasn't in Poland.
Oh. She could. Back there.
She could.
You want the Taylor Swift table? We can have Taylor Swift table? Tables?
Yeah. I immediately I said about, because I know she's a huge Swiftie, so I said about making fun of her and teasing her a little bit, but not in the ways like I have no beef with Taylor Swift, but I knew.
Did you ask her if she also endorses Donald Trump for the presidential nomination, just like Taylor Swift did?
I did not, but I did prank her into thinking that Travis Kelce had died that day. That's he's an American football player who is Taylor Swift's boyfriend.
The fuck?
And I said,
what kind of prank is that?
Prank, yeah.
It's very popular on TikTok. Telling people their favorite celebrity has died.
Oh no! I know what you mean now. I've seen that.
Travis Kelce dead at 35. And people go, no, like that. So I said that to Sarah, and she panicked. And I can do a very good poker face. So she immediately checked her phone, and the top trending was R.I.P. and the second was Taylor Swift Eras Tour. So the social media was behind me on this just at a glance. She thought he'd actually gone, and I immediatally started laughing, and she was not happy.
This meme is for boomers, and they read something out to their mum on their phone, which is like some celebrity you probably think is dead already.
Yeah. They're a big fan.
Yeah.
But I followed it up.
69.
Right. I followed it up by asking the more important question. Can you imagine having sex with Taylor Swift? Now, I think this is a genuinely important question because, all right, Travis Kelce, he's a man's man. This guy's definitely going to do the business. But I'm just saying, there must come a stage where you're having sex with Taylor Swift and you look down and you're like, holy shit, I'm having sex with Taylor Swift.
Yeah, I think I have a gift because I can imagine myself having sex with just about anyone. Like, if I really think about it, I can really, imagine, and I think...
You can imagine. I can imagine really disappointing Taylor Swift as well.
Yeah, what's her reaction?
Sorry.
I'm imagining it from her perspective. It's just a Canadian apology. Sorry,
totally words out of your mouth. Oh, sorry. Sorry. See you next time.
Sorry.
Oh no. Oh god. Give me 15 minutes. Maybe we can
try again.
The pressure would be immense.
Oh my god.
She's like, you've got one shot at this, and if this doesn't work out, I'm leaving. You're like, oh my god, I have to have sex with Taylor Swift right now. Like, that's pressure. That's like, I mean, that's why Travis Kelce is up to it, because he's used to those high pressure situations. Late game scenarios, last play of the game, he's got to make this catch and take it in for the KC win.
Yeah,
he's able to go and sit. That's why you want an athlete.
You got to think on your toes. You got to make some quick decisions, strategies.
I'm just thinking, in that scenario, I actually would quite like a post-coital interview in the locker room the way you have after a football match. Where you're like, Travis, obviously it was a big day for you. You managed to stick it to Taylor Swift good and hard, and just want to know, what are your thoughts after the game? Yeah, well, it really was a team performance. The coaches set me up for it, you know. Shout out to the guys. Thanks to God for
no, you're not out of breath enough. You got to be like,
yeah, thanks, Lord. It was real good, and I stuck it to her real good. And I just think, you know, as a team that supported, and we all gave it to Taylor Swift today.
We all came together.
We all came together as a team. But I mean, I think it might have been Dav that asked, was there a moment where and probably wouldn't have minded having someone around to high five. Like, I'm just thinking, probably is a moment where you think, this is definitely a moment where I want to share this with someone and be like, dude, can you fucking believe this? I'm having sex with Taylor Swift. By the way, apologies to any Swifties. I know you guys can be a little sensitive about this stuff.
Yeah, you guys, I haven't really said much. You guys
really?
are done for this
You joined it.
I didn't really say much at all.
You're a co-conspirator in this.
No. Why not?
You're listening to the wrong fucking podcast if you're upset about us talking about poo and wanking and out of date sexual fantasies. Joey, like we've been doing it for a long time.
Okay, give me any name and I'll imagine having sex with them. Okay.
Right, imagine
Liz Truss.
Imagine nutting in Taylor Swift's face.
No, you can't. Don't say that.
That's way too specific. Immediately I thought about doing that. Like, I could clearly do it. Like, come on.
Alright.
Go easy.
I think Liz Truss was a funny one. Liz Truss.
Okay.
You could have Theresa May if you want, but Liz Truss, I think.
I would blow my brains out. If it's right all over Liz Truss. Liz Truss, I'm sorry about this brains out. Dead. No thanks.
Oh my god. Of the current politicians swaying
Alright,
about that.
Oprah Winfrey.
Oh, this would be like having sex with your mum.
What about Dr. Phil and Oprah at the same time? That'd be weird.
You've got to get it hard first and get it right up that ass. That's my advice. Dr. fucking Phil.
I think Dr. Phil I think he's gone the way of Billy Ray. I think he's like a big, I think
This fucking
don't quote me, but I think he's been turned into a big MAGA guy.
Hey, you know what? I've seen some comments. Apparently this is now too political a podcast.
Oh no.
And I'm like, no, if we even mention politics in any sense, and it's not in support of the right in America and Donald Trump, this podcast is too goddamn political, and they stomp out. And I'm thinking,
Really?
what the fuck? Like, we're just joking about it.
I'm
we're not like
jive.
analyzing policies.
I live in that country.
Fuck off.
I've like no allegiance whatsoever.
Yeah, we're
Let
just
the door hit
joking
you
about
on
it.
the way out.
Exactly.
Honestly, fuck off.
I reckon those people, here's the thing that I read today, this is a change of topic, that there are more microplastics in our body than we thought.
Yeah.
And they're infiltrating our tissue. Apparently,
You know what else is in our body?
0.5%. Go on.
That fucking Teflon shit, the
forever chemicals and all that,
the
yeah, yeah.
anti-stick. We got tons
Oh,
of
yeah.
that in our bodies as well.
So
We don't know.
0.5% of our brains, by weight, are plastic. That's how bad
Scotch
it is.
guard and stuff.
So
yeah.
they did, like, they took some slices of, some sample brains, presumably from dead people, and they were, like, weighed them, and 0.5% of it is fucking plastic. Like, it's in our
That's
brains.
insane.
Yeah, well, we're the insane ones,
Is
apparently.
this why everyone's so fucking stupid now?
Yeah, we're getting dumber
Except for
because
me.
we're full of fucking chemicals.
Actually, I
Yeah,
feel like I'm
nonsense.
getting smarter every day.
I feel like I'm much dumber than I was 20 years ago. Like,
No, not me. I started out pretty smart. I'm like a fucking genius now. In
It's
a couple
given him a
more years,
superpower.
look out.
It's giving you a
I
superpower.
won't even need a body.
You can imagine having sex
I won't
with
even need
anyone.
a host.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
I'm floating around
an
space.
ethereal plastic being.
it doesn't mean like cyberpunk. It's not like cool plastic. Oh shit. Well, I think it's for real though. I feel like whenever I talk to Spiff or Simon Clark or some of these other folks, I'm just like, like a total
Like a
Hey,
caveman.
welcome to
Yeah.
my world. I'm such a dum-dum. I hate being thick. I'd love to be smart. But instead I'm just sort of an idiot walking about like everyone else. But you know what? Most of us are fucking thick, aren't we, really?
Yeah, everybody in their own way. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you can't be the best or the smartest when it comes to everything.
I mean, I
You'll
sort of
have,
very...
you'll have a couple of things that you'll excel at,
Right.
and everything else you'll be fairly mediocre at. And,
If not
you know,
average. Yeah.
you'll bump into somebody, oftentimes, who is doing something that you are mediocre at, and they're doing it very well, and you'll feel like, oh shit. But then, you know, if they turned up and you were in the middle of fucking their mom really well, they would feel the same. So,
Oh, damn it, he's nailed that one.
fuck, he's really good at fucking my mom.
Really
Who'd
good.
have thought?
Fair play. I saw a very dumb interaction last night at the pub. The pub we were at, there was a restaurant across the road, and we see a kerfuffle, and there's a guy in chef's whites chasing a lad who jumps on a bicycle to try and get away. And according to eyewitnesses, Harry, this lad was jangling, like jingle jangle, like he was carrying or had something that was jangling a lot. The chef comes out and smashes this guy off the bicycle. The lad goes flying, recovers, and just runs away, leaving the bike. Jingle jangle, jingle jangle, jingle jangle down the street as he runs. And it turns out he nicked the chef's tip jar from the restaurant. And
Oh my god.
But his bicycle was like a child's bicycle. It wasn't really an adult bicycle, so we figured it was probably a stolen bicycle as well. So he ditched that in favour of the tip jar. But the question was, how much could there genuinely be in a tip jar? Because first of all, nobody carries change.
Yeah,
really
well, it depends on how
anymore.
often it's emptied out.
Exactly. So this could be like for the month. But even then, I mean,
Because I think
if it's
I
not
think
much.
the big power play with the tip jar is you leave it full, because
Right.
then people see it, they're like, oh shit, I better tip. Nobody wants to tip into an empty tip jar. You want to tip into like a half
but don't you
full
think
tip
that's
jar.
interesting? Because why is that the case? If someone had a load of money, like if a homeless person was sat there with their hand and it was stuffed with cash, you'd think, well, they don't fucking need a pound from me. But if it was
Well, no,
empty, you
but-
might think, oh gosh, they haven't got anything. So if you're saying a tip jar brim full of cash is
Yeah.
more likely to attract tips,
It's more enticing, yeah.
why?
Because you're doing something that you know a lot of other people have done, and you find comfort in the fact that everybody has done the same thing, so it must be the right thing to do. See, the problem with an empty tip jar, or indeed an empty hat on the ground, you see that it's empty, and you immediately think, this person is not worthy of a tip. Nobody else tipped them, so why should I tip them? You know what I mean? You're
I mean, I
you're
do
appealing
know.
to a very small demographic of people that are going to feel sorry for you for having nothing in your tip jar or your hat.
But in
like
any
very
other
sensitive
scenario,
people, but you're talking like not the norm. Like you're talking
Okay.
really sensitive.
so in any other scenario, a very wealthy person, let's say Taylor Swift, who's made a fortune
Yeah.
from her music,
Yeah.
the equivalent, her equivalent sort of social tip jar is the size of the moon and full of money.
Yeah.
And you're saying that is more likely to attract a tip
Yeah.
than a starving busker who has an empty hat. Now, why
Yeah,
is that?
absolutely.
Because in no other scenario do we think like that. We don't think, oh, you know who needs this pound more? Not the guy with nothing, but the billionaire needs more. Is that what you're saying?
Well, we say that we say that every single day.
No, but we're buying something from her. So
Yeah.
we're talking about it, which is a voluntary contribution, a tip. What is it about?
Well, you've,
And
I mean,
a
if you're
full
tipping a
tip jar
chef,
that
you've
is more
bought something
attractive.
from them. If you're tipping a busker, you've enjoyed
But it's
something
voluntary.
that they've
It's
done or whatever.
voluntary.
It is voluntary, sure, but I mean, it's just a slightly different contract, I guess. But you know, still, I think it still applies. I think there's loads of cases where people.
I think it's a
just
very
like,
interesting psychological question.
I
Why
think
it is
too.
that
And
we
see,
want
this
to
is
give
this.
money
I
to
want
where
to
there's money.
say to you, I'm getting smarter, and I don't even know how, but I am getting
It's that
way
plastic,
smarter. I mean,
What
I
if the plastic is smarter than me?
Yeah.
No one's considered this.
yeah.
Where does this? Is it entirely our diet? Is it like the because you hear the microplastics,
Right.
you hear about like obviously like a lot of processed food gets it in there. Like where I mean, I guess a lot of people just
It's in the
chew on
it's
plastic.
everything, man. It's
No,
like
it's not
water.
this there.
It's floating
It's
around
not
in the
chewing
air.
on the plastic. You're not directly eating this plastic.
You know, if you drink from a plastic bottle on a hot day, like some of that plastic, like little bits of it have melted into
Like microplastics,
like
right?
ton-
But
like
it's also things
little
like
molecules, you know.
tumble dryers, for example.
Yeah.
Like, with a tumble dryer is blasting synthetic fabrics and little tiny bits of shit all out in the environment. All the industrial stuff, they'll have some fucking chimney. You stop chucking out Lego brick-sized pieces of plastic. This is tiny, tiny, tiny
Yeah.
bits.
Yeah.
And it's like,
they did a brain X-ray and they were like, you got a 5% Lego in your
He's
brain.
got a Lego brain.
This man is
Which kind of piece of like that?
no,
nothing like it.
technically, that's trademarked by Lego Corporation, so you're gonna have to give that part of your brain
shit.
back, unfortunately.
Oh my god, it's like Severance, that's what makes you into an adult fan of Lego.
Yeah. But I think
Can
it's just entering the environment in myriad ways. It gets into the water, then some plant sucks it up, insects that get eaten by other things that you've eaten. I know that they've examined like tiny little things in the sea, like those little phytoplankton, all that kind of shit. Tiny, tiny little shrimps, and they'll have a shred of plastic in them, just like minute. But that gets eaten by something that you're eating, and it doesn't degrade. It just gets slightly smaller, but it just makes it easier to suck into your body in all the billions of interactions in the
I
environment.
see, because you're like a little sieve and
Yeah.
you sort of sieve it all up and
But it doesn't leave.
It's just fucking, it never biodegrades.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest problem, is these plastics that just that exist for millions of years, and how many of them are still being used in so many things.
Every time my kids buy a plastic toy, I think some future species will look upon these sunny angel
Choked
dolls
to death on that
and
fucking
be horrified.
that doll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know the
That's pretty cool,
like
isn't
the
it?
refillable stuff you see. You see it more now in the supermarket. They'll have
Yeah,
these
yeah.
big refillable things. I saw it was for soap. You know, like a shower gel, right?
Yeah.
It's a big refillable thing. But it just came in like a much bigger plastic container. And it was like it was a huge plastic container, and it looked like there was probably about 5 or 6 shower gel things worth of shower gel in there. And I mean, if you add it up, it worked out cheaper. I guess you're just buying volume or whatever. But like, it's still in a huge plastic thing. You know, like well, I thought that the idea was that you just refilled the one plastic thing with something that wasn't plastic, so that you're not using more plastic. You know what I mean?
I think the problem
Like you
is
put it in a bag or something. I don't know.
I think the tiny reusable one, like disposable ones, are a big problem. Like if
But then you wouldn't want a jumbo size one in your shower, because it's like, you know, you got to pick up like a 5-liter tub of shower gel. It's going to be hard to apply it and stuff, you know.
I think realistically you can just get away with, using that one big 5 litre, you switch it with a new 5 litre one every year, and then you never have to buy another bottle of shampoo or conditioner in your house again. Like,
I guess it cuts
totally
down.
see the appeal of that.
I guess it cuts down overall, but I mean, it just seems weird, you know, like.
There's a place called Scoop in.
Hi.
It's like a little shop in Bristol, Bath, and I've been going there and bringing some jars and filling them up with like banana chips and different kinds of like wild rice and stuff. I've been, you know, it's kind of fun. It's like pick and mix, only you're not allowed to mix stuff together. You've got to have separate jars.
Banana chips are crazy. They're so good.
Honestly, man, that's changed my life. Banana chips.
Changed your life.
Changed my life.
Man, they're so good.
Well,
I've had them. I've eaten them. I've been
eating them all
I'm
the
a
fucking
human on
time.
the planet.
I
I've eaten
can't
them.
stop.
Okay.
It's out of control.
Do they have added sugar? Because they always have that glaze.
No,
to
they're
them, like
salted. These ones are kind of like, they're meant to be like potato chips. And they do taste like potato chips, but they
You can get like salty plantain chips, which are
I've had
fucking delicious.
plantain chips.
So fucking good.
I've had
But
those.
also, like, there are some, you can get sugar-free ones. Honestly, I bought ones that had sugar added and they were a bit too sweet.
I thought you meant, you know, you can get in healthy
He's
shops.
sweet
It's
enough
it's like a banana coin. It's like a dried banana chip. So they're not like crisps.
Yeah, they
definitely don't have salt.
They got like a
I
little
don't-
glazing on them.
I've never had salted ones.
I'll get you some. I'll bring
Well, I
you
don't like salted fruit.
Well, you try it. Salted
try
watermelon.
one.
Oh, fantastic.
No, I hate salted.
Missing out.
That's
Missing out.
disgusting.
Anyway, I was saying, I've been, okay, I wanted to run this by you just to see how you felt. So, I've never really been into Lego.
I'm pissed off already.
Okay. But I think I've accumulated Lego. I think the reason why is that it's hard to throw away and also hard to take apart. Like, you build a Lego thing, right? Someone provides you a Lego thing, you build a Lego thing somewhere.
Yeah.
I haven't done
That's
that
nice.
in 40 years, but go on.
I'll put it on a shelf.
Yeah,
right?
I think you
And
build
so
a set and put it on the shelf. You don't build a set and and then just add it to a big container full of other, like, if you mix it, you'll never be able to rebuild it again.
Well, not only that, but like, it's just you'll break all your nails trying to pull that fucking thing apart. And I know you got that stupid tool to help, but I ain't got an hour to fucking go through this stuff my Lego and put it back in the box.
I know, it sounds like you
whatever.
to spare.
Yeah, well, I do. But so obviously, I think at some point, Simon or me or someone showed me something that was like these modular buildings, right? These like city buildings, and it was like, I thought, oh, that's pretty cool. And I think Simon might bought me one, and I put it on my shelf, you know. But then someone saw I had it on the shelf, and so I think it was maybe RT or my parents or someone, and they bought me another one. And so then I had that in a box, and I was like, well, they bought it for me for a present. I better build it, and I can send them a picture and say thank you, right? And it's fun to build the Lego anyway. It's like something different, isn't it? And so I've managed to sort of accumulate a bit of Lego over time. And then we recently did this video on Games Night where we did this sort of World War II Lego. And of course, as soon as you do something like that, your YouTube switches over to only showing you Lego videos of all these incredible things people build.
Yeah,
it's true. And suddenly I'm like thinking about expanding my town.
Have you ever seen the Lego movie?
The little park.
Ferrell is the dad at the start. He's got that basement with all the drawers, and he's got the whole town.
Glues the Lego. Yeah.
Glues the Lego together. You're gonna be like that.
Well, there is apparently a specific type of glue that you could use on Lego, but no, I would never do it. I think part of the appeal is that it's breakable, and like, you know, if we're going to do a video with Lego, I want to be able to blow it up, right? Put it apart or knock it over. I think
I think they do it on like those slow-mo channels. They detonate like in the middle. They put a little like explosive, and then they blow it up, and you can see all the bricks flying in slow motion. You can do that.
I don't know if we're actually going to do that in
or do slow motion, just like absolutely smash it with a sledgehammer, and you can see all blocks breaking and stuff.
See, that kind of shit though is sometimes like frowned upon. It's like ripping a page out of a book or something. You know, I think people feel like it's heresy to like actually.
I want to do that where it's Lewis has built some elaborate Lego, and in ultra slow mo you see me smashing it with a hammer, intercut with his sad little face. That I would like to see.
And then slow motion, maniacal laughing by you as well.
It is definitely hard for me to square, like especially the idea of like contributing to the plastic in the world with Lego, which is I think particularly bad. I think the Lego bricks up what use on these plastics.
They used to be made of wood.
No, they never.
I think they need to go back to wood
ever since the start. They've always been made of wood.
They're long lasting. They made them out of concrete back in the day. They transitioned to wood.
They never made them out of wood. I think they've tried like alternatives, but because the tolerance is so high, this was the Elon Musk who said like, oh, I wish we had the level of tolerance that Lego has, but we can't ever get close to anything.
May I stop you there? The Lego group began in the workshop of Ole Kirk Christensen, a carpenter from Billund who began making wooden toys in 1932.
Well, he made wooden toys, but he never made
In 1947, Lego expanded.
He made his first
producing
wooden brick.
plastic toys. He called them automatic binding bricks, and they were based on bikini craft self-locking bricks, which were invented in 1939 and patented in the UK in 1940. Displayed at the 1947 Earls Court Toy Fair, and Lego was away with it. So it looks like Lego has always been plastic, but they were originally cellulose acetate. Cellulose acetate.
Yeah.
Which, as everyone knows, is an acetate ester of cellulose, usually cellulose diacetate, obviously.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Right. A bioplastic.
I don't know what it was originally. But certainly the current brick they use, and they've suggested trying to change it, but Lego is the biggest toy company in the world. They make like 10 billion a year, insane. It's like
I think Funko Pop is bigger now.
Bigger than Lego?
So.
You're out of your mind.
You're crazy. But that's just as bad with all that fucking garbage plastic. At least like that's, I mean, at least Lego you can sort of take it apart and give it to someone else and they can sort of have a go at rebuilding it. Those Funko Pops, holy crap. What absolute load of garbage. Sorry if you're a Funko Pop collector, but I'm sure you're having a great...
Before we carry on, did you know that you could get Funko Pops for...
Our sponsor this week is Funko Pop.
Poor Funko Pops.
The family that vacations together stays together. At least that was the plan. Except now the dastardly desk clerk is saying he can't confirm your connecting rooms.
Wait, what?
That's right, ma'am. You have rooms 201 and 709.
No, we cannot be 5 floors away from our kids.
The doors have double locks. They'll be fine.
When you want your connecting rooms confirmed before you arrive, it matters where you stay.
Welcome to Hilton. I see your connecting rooms are already confirmed.
Hilton, for the stay.
Before we continue, can I tell you about aura frames? I'm sure that you guys are familiar with these Lewis flags.
Love mine.
Having used them in your house, I also am a big fan. I use one in my house as well. Really nice gift for somebody. You don't even really need to be overly tech savvy to get one set up and have some nice pictures on a nice rotation display in any part of your house.
We have the HD one. We've replaced our old aura frame, gave that to one of the kids, and we've now got the HD one in the living room, and it is beautiful. The picture quality is really, really, really nice. Just went on holiday, all our holiday snaps, we can upload them as we're away.
Nice.
Just pop them on the frame. When you come back, bam, they're already on the frame. That was really, really nice. And right now, Aura is having their very first Friends and Family sale. We have an exclusive offer just for our listeners. For a limited time only, you can get $35 off best-selling frames by visiting auraframes.com and using the promo code TRIFORCE at checkout. That's auraframes.com. Promo code TRIFORCE is the best offer of the season, so don't miss out. Terms and conditions, of course, will apply.
Get one for your grandma.
Yeah, they love it. They love it.
They love those.
Auraframes.com. Use code TRIFORCE to get $35 off their best-selling brand.
On with the show.
Did you? I've got some news. You want to hear some news?
Blast
So,
me with
first
your
of all,
news, Uzi.
The newsy.
That's great. We should use that. Or the Onion line. So the Onion are have announced they're going to be starting a print edition.
Oh.
Again, no, they're doing it again. Like it used to be a print edition.
So the Onion used to be like a campus.
It was like a newspaper. It was like a broadsheet. You used to be able to get it in Borders.
I haven't
but I
read
think
the
that's-
Onion in such a long time.
I know.
Well, because
I
the
used to
website,
really enjoy it though.
It's a great. It's very
funny.
It's funny. Of course, the Onion is making a newspaper when everyone else is shutting us down. I mean, it's classic. I like it. Good, miss the Onion. Good lads. It's still very funny, some of the stuff. Hurricane Debbie. Did you hear about this one? It was relatively recent. Apparently, it dropped over $1 million of cocaine on Florida's
I
beaches.
heard about this, yeah.
So the Coast Guard recovered 25 packages of cocaine around a village 80 miles from Key West, and then found another $625,000 worth just floating near Everglades City. So obviously the storm must have hit some cocaine smuggling boats.
Yeah.
Which doesn't sound great for the guys who were doing the smuggling. I'm sure they're in the water as well.
Merry Christmas.
Maybe they got away. That's good. A postcard dating back 121 years has been delivered. So a building society in Swansea received their mail on Friday and got a postcard dating back more than 120 years. I don't know where it fell down the back of something.
Oh, it was sent 121 years ago.
Yes, it was. The message on the card reads, "Dear L, I could not. It was not possible to get the pair of these. I am so sorry, but I hope you are enjoying yourself at home.
Why have they
I have got
written
now
it,
about
like-
10 shillings as pocket money, not including the train fare, so I am doing all right. Remember me to Miss Gilbert and John. With love to all from Ewart." Okay.
Why is it written from like the corner to the corner like that?
I don't know. I guess he felt he couldn't fit in everything he had to say. That is very odd.
It's really odd.
So apparently we haven't gotten to the bottom of how it ended up in the circulation of the Royal Mail and how it came to us with a stamp that is 125 years old. It's got King Edward VII on it.
Jesus Christ.
So apparently there's no knowledge of how it just got back
It
into
says
the
here,
Royal Mail.
a spokesperson for the Royal Mail said it is likely that this postcard was put back into our system rather than being lost in the post for over a century. Likely,
Yeah,
but it's
right.
possible
So someone maybe found it down the back of something
Yeah.
and posted it.
And popped it in the post. When an item is in our system, we are under obligation to deliver it to the correct address. What a really sweet sign off there for the post office. Honestly, well done. Great PR there. When it is in our system, we are under obligation to deliver it.
I don't know if this is in your news list, but did you guys hear that the world's oldest person passed away at the age of 117 years old?
Where were
doesn't
they
this
from?
happen like every fucking week, dude?
From Spain.
Where were they from?
Maria Brañas Morera. She was 117 years old. And now, the oldest person in the world is Tomiko Ituka it's a Japanese woman who is 116 years old. She was born on May 23rd, 1908.
Tomiko Ituka dead at 119 years old. I mean, fuck, it's gonna be like that though. It's like, who cares? Like they just cycle them in. Like these people haven't got. I have been hearing that the oldest person in the world has died every fucking couple of months.
Because it's like the Lich King. There has to be one oldest person, and when
it's more like the
dies,
Highlander
they
there.
get
There
replaced
can
with
be
another
only
one.
one.
There can be.
To get these old ladies to fight each other, cutting heads off.
It's always old ladies.
She was found mysteriously beheaded in a car park, carrying a claymore. Fascinating. There can be only one.
McLeod, man, 117 years is a long ass time. That is a long time. Imagine being born in 1908 and still being alive to this day. Oh my God!
I mean,
you're beating the odds.
She's not even as old as this postcard that we just apparently found. So
but
is it that impressive? I don't think so.
Everett and Elle are fucking long gone, though. I mean, she's been alive this whole time. She's been alive the entire time this postcard has been lost in the Royal Mail system.
Exactly. She was born
which they have been under obligation this whole time to deliver. Anyway, sorry, I don't know if that was on your list of news, but I thought it was really interesting.
What do you reckon? So, okay, the chances of dying go up obviously a lot once you hit certain milestones, right? If you make it to 80, right?
Yeah.
Your life expectancy though is potentially another 9 years. Yeah, which is
pretty good. Yeah.
If you make it to 90, your life expectancy is another 4.5 years.
One thing
you're likely to be dead within 4.5 years of your 90.
One thing that I have learned is, I agree with all the life expectancy stuff or whatever, but one thing I've definitely learned in all my years on this planet is that even if somebody appears to be very healthy and you assume that they're going to live forever, things can quickly go the other way if something happens. Like a major illness that's not treated, or surprise stuff, like obviously accidents and stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy how quickly it can turn for the worse. And somebody who you just assumed is going to be alive forever is gone because of one of these factors or whatever. So don't get complacent is what I'm saying, because you never know what's going to happen.
Out of 100,000 men, how many do you think make it to 80?
Oh God,
out of 100,000.
Not that many. Men seem to
out of 100,000
much younger.
make it.
Women's life expectancy is much higher than men's on
I'm
average.
going to say 18,000.
Oh no, so it's actually 60,000 women make it to 80.
I thought you said men.
Only 44,000 men.
Yeah,
44,000.
How many do you reckon make it to 100?
Oh, not many at all.
500.
It's only 690 men make it to 100, whereas 2,200 women make it
I
to
think
100.
mostly if you have some sort of underlying illness or whatever, it'll just catch up to you once you're sort of around your 90s, right? You just can't. You're just not fit enough to deal with it anymore, and usually that finishes you off.
Smooth stuff. So anyway, that's an ancient postcard.
What else have you got?
Good. What else have we got? We've got official Street Fighter tournament punishes players for not sleeping enough.
Oh, wow.
Players are required to get at least 6 hours sleep in the week leading up to the tournament.
How do they enforce this?
42 hours per person and 126 for the whole team. If the team's total sleep hours are less, it will be penalised by 5 points for every hour of sleep deprivation.
Right, how are they overseeing this?
Well, I assume it's maybe this tracker app or something, or some honor system. It's
got to be the honor system. It's never failed.
It's a Japanese thing. It's part of SS Pharmaceuticals' Active Sleep Project. Oh God, is it a drug sponsor? Maybe. So the idea is to get gamers to sleep. Especially if they're not
It's never a good drug sponsor. Like, why not have Street Fighter 2 tournament sponsored by cocaine? Like, it's always something stupid.
That's a good one. Why can't it be like a good one though? Like vitamin D.
Sponsored by weed.
Insulin.
Sponsored by like something actually useful.
Yeah.
It's not. A Roblox player has spent nearly $10,000 changing their username.
Oh, what?
So you can only change your username in Roblox by spending Robux.
Right.
And a name change costs 1,000 Robux.
What the fuck?
This guy has changed their name 769 times, and they've ended up paying $10,000.
That is insane.
Jeez, isn't that mental?
How much is that? So how much is that per change?
So he changed his name 769 times.
Okay, so 10,000. No, 10,000 divided by 739. Was it?
69.
60. Well, it's about $15 a name change.
Holy shit.
Between 13 and $15.
It's $13 a name change.
Something
Just
like
the
that.
math. And it's I don't know why. We're unsure why. But this guy, it's just, you can look up these people's accounts, you see. I don't think he's his name's changed his name.
Maybe there's like a really surprised mom out there somewhere who just got her credit card bill.
Look at these names that he's changed his name to.
Like, this is so little. You can't read.
It's like,
I'm 19.
It's like, yeah, okay.
It's just
You pay money to change your name to
he must be like obsessed with it. His thing, but that's mad.
Roblox.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. Yeah.
Speaking of children's games, university students are going to be studying Minecraft in a psychology lab at the University of Essex. Yes. So it's basically, the idea is, I think, that they're going to try and use like Minecraft as like a therapy engine, so people can interact in Minecraft and be more comfortable in that environment.
I see.
Which I get the idea of, right? Like,
okay, I'm ready for my therapy session. Plug me in. Your avatar is ready.
Taylor Swift is in front of you.
I'm Minecraft Steve now. Nobody can hurt me.
Yeah. A YouTuber has streamed for 200 hours without sleeping.
Right.
God, is that
He's not going to get any sponsorship from that Japanese
direct
company.
contravention of the previous news article. Yeah. Very unhealthy to do that. Can't recommend. A school worker has been jailed for stealing chicken wings.
Sorry.
Worth $1.5 million.
Well, first of all, those are some very good chicken wings, I guess. But when you say a school worker, what does that mean?
A school worker.
Isn't that a teacher?
Not necessarily. No. There's a lot of other people that also work at a school
like
to
the
make
custodian.
the whole...
She was food service head.
Head of food service was siphoning wings off.
Yes.
To the tune of
so
over $1 million dues.
She would
you would struggle, I think, to spend $1 million in your lifetime on chicken. And that's just at a regular pace, every once in a while grabbing a rotisserie chicken from Costco on the way home from work or whatever.
Yeah, but which businesses are accepting chicken wings as payment? Do you take wings? Do you take wings?
Like who would buy it?
I tell you what
was she doing with it?
She's giving it to a friend or a family business that makes wings.
Oh,
and she's
like
just
a
doing the
takeaway
classic
or
thing
something.
where you just say, yeah, we'll order more wings than we need for the school. Then I'll pop them in my car and give them to my mate or my friend or my restaurant. But here's your wings, you get them for free. Easy profits, right? You didn't have to buy the wings in the first place. You do that for
exactly
a few years.
Has she been jailed for this?
9 years.
I don't think that's long enough. I think that's a fucking psycho. I think you've got to be a fucking psycho to do something like that. Like, it's so stupid.
Well, I tell you what it is, though. It's people find a little loophole thing where I think what's happening was probably, because it says here, it started during the height of the pandemic, right? And so the school was like having all this food go to waste, I imagine, and so she was like, oh, I could just sell it on to this guy, and then she realised that no one's really paying attention, so she started ordering extra food and selling it on, before she knew it, she was like out, you know, like running this big scam, and that's sort of what happens. Like people get away with it, it gets bigger and bigger, it gets out of control. They start thinking, oh, you know, no one knows the perfect crime, you know, and then someone looks into it, and suddenly you're like, oh fuck it, I didn't plan this as well as I thought I did, and you're in prison for 9 years.
I wonder if she's gonna work at the canteen in prison.
Oh my god.
Hi, I'm
Siphoning
head of
off
food
the
services.
I got food tech experience. I mean, imagine, what are you in for? I stole a load of chicken wings. Like, fuck.
And also, on wing news, boneless wings, right? They can have bones, apparently.
Oh, wings? Yeah, they got like little bones.
A court, an Ohio court has decided that boneless wings, the word boneless doesn't guarantee bonelessness.
Okay.
But rather...
What court decided this?
Cooking style. The Ohio Supreme Court.
No, it wasn't them. It was the Kentucky Fried Chicken Colonel's Court. Colonel Sanders, All-American Court. Presiding judge. I say them boneless wings ain't got a dick in them bones in them, no problem. Bang, bang. Judgment passed.
So yeah, apparently an Ohio man called Michael Berkheimer sued his usual wing spot after an 1.5-inch long bone became lodged in his esophagus.
Right.
And he'd ordered boneless wings, and I assume he'd just been, you know,
Inhaling these fucking things.
yeah, absolutely. And that's what happened. He almost died. He had to have a couple of serious surgeries.
How is the
And,
court finding in favour of the people selling boneless wings with bones? What they're saying is it would be too difficult for the company to make sure there's no bones in it, so you should expect bones in your boneless wings. What next? What next?
Yeah, what next, I ask
Are we
you?
saying that when it, you know, if something says it has no peanuts in, well, that's not fair. There could be peanuts in it. That could kill people. So, no, I say that is a bad fucking judgment. That's my decision.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
You think Judge Judy would have judged that way? I doubt it. Judge Joe Brown? No way,
She
Jose.
had the guy with a bone stuck in his throat on one side, Colonel Sanders on the other. You telling me you're selling chicken with bones in? You're selling chicken. I love Judge Judy. She was so good. That show's so funny.
Oh, she's still going.
She got no patience for anything. It's so good.
She's still alive, by the way. She's still going.
Oh yeah.
Judge
She made
Judy.
bank on Judge Judy.
Judge Judy.
Judith Scheinman, dead at 77.
You're making her.
You are so full of shit. She's from the United States. She's done 25 seasons of Judge Judy, 6,280 episodes.
She loves it.
Yeah.
And every single one of them was a mistrial.
Oh yeah, I mean they're all just very arbitrary, right? Like, because that's the point. It's arbitration. I guess the idea is that I don't think she was. I think she might have actually been a judge.
She was.
For like,
She was an attorney from 1965 to 1982. She was a judge from 1982 to 1996. And in 96, she became a television personality. Born in 1942, aged 81 years old. Perfect trajectory to become the world's oldest woman.
I want you to picture for me. I want you to use your superpower, Sips, and imagine having sex with Judge Judy.
Oh no!
She's banging the gavel the whole time. Jackson!
My superpower!
Listen to how much money she makes. Listen to how much money she gets. In 2018, she was the highest paid host in November. She had $47 million per year, combined with the annual income from the Judge Judy episode library. In 2018, she earned $147 million.
God.
$100 million from the alleged sale of the present and future episode library of the show to CBS, and a $47 million salary. That is crazy. She's worth about $500 million.
She married Ronald Levy in 1964, and they quickly divorced in 1976, where she then met Jerry Scheinlin, and they married in 1978, got divorced in 1990, and got remarried again in 1991.
Yeah, so she's been married to him ever since.
I guess they just couldn't keep their hands off each other. Just couldn't stand it.
What was Judge Judy like? She was Jerry. Judge Judy young.
Jerry!
Oh, she was a very, very attractive lady.
I judge that you didn't make very good breakfast. You're divorced.
He goes back up here. I've been to culinary school. I'm ready for a round two. Okay, Jerry. Oh, fuck.
I bet there's a subreddit for Judge Judy. justice porn.
Oh my god.
It's not actually porn. It's just this
Justice porn.
I guess.
God.
I guess.
Oh, okay. God. Careful, P-Flex.
It's not porn.
Give us a... Right, Sips is already struggling to keep that image out of his
I'm
mind.
trying so hard. It's like the siege of Helm's Deep in here. I'm just trying to...
Well, that's
enough of that.
That's all I got.
That's all I got.
Some kind of podcast.
See you next time, I guess.
Yeah. Keep holding down the fort.
We had a really formal introduction. Now we'll have a very blasé outro.
Yeah, nice.
Bye.
Pickaxe. I'm deep in the forest, the natural habitat of the 2024 GMC Sierra 1500. Oh, there's one now. See how well adapted it is to its environment. A high-strength steel bed, 12 tie-downs, available multi-pro tailgate, and oh yeah, best-in-class standard engine torque.
Wherever you're headed, get up to $11,500 cash purchase credit on select 2024 Sierra 1500 models. Conditions apply. Details at gmcoffers.ca.
This episode is brought to you by Prime Video. You know me, I can't go a day without sports. I really can't. And now Monday nights are all about hockey. That's right. There's a new exclusive home for streaming Monday night NHL hockey. And it's on Prime. All season long, watch Prime Monday Night Hockey deliver unreal plays, biggest goals, can't miss moments. Matthews, McDavid, Crosby, the NHL's best. They're all on Prime. Prime Monday Night Hockey. It's on Monday. It's on Prime.
Friends, chums, compatriots, and angry listeners, welcome to the Triforce Mailbag.
It's magical.
I think we've done like 35 or something of those. I don't know. We've done a bunch of these anyway. I hope you
It's like
enjoyed
fucking
this.
magic.
It is like magic. They just the mails keep on coming, and I keep on reading them out to you for your enjoyment.
Not the long ones, though. That's the
Wow, it's
that's
gotta
the
be
fine
good.
print. Don't
That
send
is
me
the
long
fine
ones.
print. Please don't send us paragraph after paragraph. So people have taken that on board, and for example, this is a good one. This is from Hunter. After hearing about that guy's lazy eye on the most recent mailbag, I figured I'd tell an interesting fact about myself. I have Marcus Gunn jaw winking syndrome. A very rare syndrome that is basically the opposite of a lazy eye. Give it a quick Google. My right eye is totally normal, but my left eyelid is at the will of my jaw. When I open my mouth to yawn, eat, or laugh loudly, my left eyelid will jump up and down in tandem. That's Marcus Gunn jaw winking syndrome. I'll try and Google it and I'll see if I can post this.
Is this like No-Burp? Is this like the No-Burp guy?
I think it is, but
Marcus Gunn jaw winking syndrome, MGJWS, is one of the congenital cranial disinnervation disorders, and it's caused by an abnormal connection of branch of the nerve that helps move the jaw to the upper eyelid. This is what causes it.
Okay.
So if only they could fix that.
Yeah.
What about it?
Well, it's just interesting. I never heard of it.
It gives you a really lazy looking eye.
You open your mouth and your eye closes, like that. It must look bizarre. How do you get by, Hunter? Let us know. Has it ever led to any interesting or hilarious situations?
Sexually winked at someone you didn't intend to?
Yeah, let us know.
When you yawned at them?
Let us know.
Let
us know the funny scenarios you've gone into.
Give us a winking
What if he
related
doesn't
scenario.
find it at all funny, though?
Well, he wouldn't have told us, right?
Yeah. True. Yeah, true.
It must have given him some moments of joy.
Some moments of levity. Here is an email. This is for you.
It's very serious medical illness.
I'm going to send you a YouTube link.
This is always the way with this fucking show. It rattles back and forth between weird shit and YouTube videos.
And emails about Adele. Here we go. This is Adele shows are so boring. This is according to Blake.
Yeah.
That she has to have a t-shirt cannon to keep people interested. Thought Sips would like this. Here is a link to Adele firing t-shirts from a cannon. It looks like a naval verfer. There you go.
Oh my god, you're right. One of them's it's like a t-shirt minigun. Is
Yeah,
what it is.
it really is.
Rotates with a handle.
Okay, the thing is, I think she's a pretty good singer. I'm sure like her songs are pretty good. It's not for me. I wouldn't really listen to that kind of music anyway. But like, it's not taking it. I'm just saying, like a live concert, there's certain things I just think would be for me too boring, and that's one of them. But the t-shirt cannon maybe would go some ways into keeping me awake during
But
that
sending like,
concert.
you know, $50 of t-shirts out into the crowd.
Yeah.
It's not like it's sending hundreds. It sends like 9.
Yeah,
I mean, one of them gets jammed in the tube.
Yeah.
Like fuck off.
It's a huge t-shirt
That
cannon.
actually, having said that, those t-shirts, if you bought them at the concert, they probably cost you like 60 quid. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, these t-shirts ain't cheap. I think Sarah bought a Taylor Swift t-shirt at the Eras concert and it was 40 quid.
Yeah, no, they are expensive.
She got it cheap.
One at Wembley, I think that's pretty much just a t-shirt. Doesn't matter who you go to see. Bruce Springsteen t-shirts, $40 each. Blur t-shirts, $40 each.
Yeah.
Well, she needs the money though, to be honest.
Yeah, it says, you know, she's got an era to run. This was Civ. This is the, you know, we come through the industrial age, and now we're in the Taylor Swift era.
They're not cheap.
She's going for a gold victory, that's for sure. little Civ joke, Lulu liked that one. Right.
Oh, I enjoyed it.
This one's called I Went On Inside the Factory.
Did you?
So this is a two-parter. First of all, this is from
Oh my
Henry.
god, these are some great emails today.
First of all, I would like to register a complaint with Mr. Lovers, who during a recent stream complained that he is being dragged to Guernsey next week, saying this with a tone of utter disgust.
Okay, an update on that. I went to Guernsey and I had a simply delightful time. What a nice place to visit. So before you go too hard on me, I'd never been to Guernsey as a tourist before, okay? And so I thought maybe it was going to be a bit boring, but actually turns out Guernsey is really nice, and I had a blast.
Loved Guernsey. I will not
so.
read the insulting second part of this section. So this is the main bit. I thought you guys might like to hear about the time I appeared on an episode of Inside the Factory, since I know Sims is a fan.
Yes.
It was an episode about Irish cream liqueurs.
Oh, I remember watching that one.
And for one of Cherry Healy's segments in a separate location, they roped my university rugby club into an experiment. We were told
I remember that.
There you go. We were told to meet at a local pizzeria/bar in Sheffield, where they said they wanted to test the effects of alcohol on cognitive function. Do you remember this?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I remember.
We had to do a little test in which we matched symbols to numbers on a piece of paper, as many as we could do in a minute. Then we would be given a pint of beer and would have to do it again. This was repeated a few times, and halfway through, they brought out a stack of pizzas as a thank you. 3 pints of pizza sounds like a good deal. However, we were split into 2 tables, and some way into the afternoon, the guys on my table started to realize that the other table was having a lot more fun than us. We thought the beer tasted okay, but a little off. We sussed out that we must have been given alcohol-free beer to act as the control group for the cognitive test. Near the end of filming, the presenter said that they had indeed been playing a trick on us. We all felt very clever for having figured it out. However, we weren't quite as smart as we thought, because she then said that the cognitive test was all a ruse. They'd actually been testing the effects of alcohol on our appetites.
That's right. I remember the show. They were saying, like, you know, if they drank enough beer, would they get hungrier and hungrier for the pizza? That was on the actual episode.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that. The trick within a trick.
Yeah, they got them good.
So, they've been testing the effects of alcohol on our appetites. Our hearts sank as we realized that we'd just been filmed demolishing all of the pizzas for TV. Some guys folding multiple slices into single mouthfuls because we were all so hungry, having waited around all afternoon.
Honestly, though, I think for the average watcher of that show, nobody even really clocked it, because it was a rugby team and they all looked like really hungry guys as well. So it fit perfect, you know, like. And I don't think they caught any, like, overly embarrassing, you know, like, people eating or whatever. Like, I think it was all edited in a way to just show that, like, yeah, they drank beer, they were really hungry, and they ate a shit ton of pizza.
The Inside the Factory episode.
Because Inside the Factory, they do the bit inside the factory, and then they go over to Cherry, who's usually with somebody who's like explaining some aspect of it, or she's with some specialist who knows something like in or around whatever they're making in the factory. And then there's the other lady, Ruth, I think, who does the history bit, you know?
Oh,
So like,
I
say they're in the
see.
soup factory, she'll go and speak to the professor of soup at Cambridge
So they're padding it
University
out.
to
I
find out
fucking
how
hate
the
this shit.
Victorians made the soup and everything.
Just do the factory bit. Like, don't do the fucking rugby team bit. Sorry.
I
I
don't
want to see
know,
the.
it's
I don't want to
nice.
watch like
It
the
gives you
fucking
background.
rugby team eat pizza when I'm trying to watch an episode about a liqueurs factory
I know,
or whatever.
but it gives you some nice context though, because all you see is this like mega ultra efficient factory making soup, but it's kind of nice to know how they used to make it before. You know, you get an
Right.
idea of how the Industrial Revolution really changed the way that we all live and
Back
stuff.
before this factory, we used to just get tomatoes, smash them on our face, hands, and then we
It's
just
kinda like that.
lick it up and then vomit it out into the can, and then we'd sell that. It's like, what? No, it's fucking. What do you think? They just use a wooden press or something before that they used some other thing. Like, it's just a less technical version. Like, people have been mass producing food for fucking hundreds of years. I mean,
Not on this scale, they haven't.
I just want to see the cool things like the rubbery slappy arms, which like
Yeah.
slap it and stuff. I want to see all the
Potato
stuff,
juggler.
the weird shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we got a double header of Greg Wallace emails to follow this up. This one.
Fucking Greg Wallace. He's gone to another place. He's doing another fucking show. What is he doing now?
Well,
He's
this
at
is
home playing
this is,
Total War for 7 hours.
ignoring his kid. This is from Lucas. The strangest thing happened as I was listening to episode 278. This email is from February, and you were talking about Greg Wallace's Simple Saturday. I walked past none other than Greg Wallace himself. It was in Canary
What the
Wharf,
fuck?
Monday morning, 6:45 a.m. He was in grey tracksuit, likely coming from the Third Space Gym where the celebs are known to go. I wanted to stop him and explain that I was listening to a podcast about him, but he was on a FaceTime call. That's Greg Wallace email number 1.
Greg Wallace is doing a public FaceTime call in Canary Wharf, like just in broad daylight, walking around doing
At
a
6:45
FaceTime.
in the morning, yeah.
That is such a, like, okay, I'm not one for calling someone a boomer, but that is a huge
That's boomer. That's mega boomer. So this is from a Zoe emails in. This is one of my favorite emails I think we've ever had. This really made me laugh. I was at work and I had a weird feeling. I looked up and Greg Wallace was looking at me from outside the shop.
What the fuck?
I had a weird
That'll do
feeling.
it. That'll do it.
We maintained eye contact
Fucking
for about a
weirds me out
second
as well.
before he walked away. The first thing that entered my head was, he's probably avoiding spending time with his autistic son, thanks to your conversation about his daily routine in a previous
Did
episode.
he have that fucking sheepish looking grin where his eyebrows like look all evil and stuff? Is that the look that he gave you when he made
We'll
eye
never know.
contact with him briefly?
Why is this fucking podcast to have you seen Greg Wallace?
I mean, if you've seen Greg Wallace, email in and let us know what it was like.
Yeah,
Because
What the fuck?
I just love that you got a weird feeling. You got a weird feeling and
Got
look
a
up,
weird feeling.
and there's Greg Wallace looking at you. That's so funny. Oh, I love that. All right. How about sleep injuries? You want to hear about this?
Yeah, sure. It's just posted a fucking picture of Greg Wallace doing a shit-eating grin.
That's the shit-eating grin I'm
That
talking
is,
about. That's the
yeah.
one. So you look out the window and that's what you see.
God, punch it. All right.
Moments before you die.
This is from Will. Back in high school, I had a dream that I was dangling above a shark in the ocean. I kicked out of the shark and made contact with its teeth. My foot was bleeding and I was in a lot of pain. Immediately, I woke up and my foot was still in a ton of pain. Evidently, I must have kicked the wall next to my bed really hard, fighting against that imaginary shark. The next episode, I had to dodge questions about what happened while I was living everywhere. Have you guys ever injured yourself while sleeping? Or had an awkward real-life consequence resulting from a dream?
Okay, nothing to do with dreams, but I injured myself while sleeping. I managed to pinch a nerve in my neck, and that pain was with me for like 4 months this year. So
I remember that, yeah.
that happened during sleep. I don't know how or why. It's never happened to me before. I guess it just slept funny. I don't know, but it's a weird one. Give me 2 seconds. I just gotta answer the phone. Okay, I'll just be a second.
Go for it. I've had a few situations where I've fallen asleep on my arm or something, and then woken up with my entire arm like properly numb.
It's horrible. Yeah, it's really horrible.
It's awful, and then like it's real weird to deal with for a little bit while it's all floppy, and you don't quite know what to do with it.
I know.
And then once it like starts getting the feeling again, it's like, like kind of you get suddenly all that tingling all over.
It's actual pain as it starts to come back online. But what I want to know is, like, if I'd stayed like that, like if I'd really passed out, like I'm out for 12 hours and I've been lying on this arm, what damage is done? Any circulatory experts out there, or doctors or nurses who know about this? Has anyone ever come in and been like, my arm is not working anymore, I slept on it and it hasn't come back, what's happened? How long before you lose the arm? How long before you do permanent nerve damage? What's the deal with arms falling asleep? I want to know.
No, great questions. Let's find out. I did have a weird dream last night. I was like, okay, there was like an egg delivered to me.
Hello.
Right? Like quite a big
I
egg.
drove down myself.
and it hatched, right, to reveal like two bugs, like two really big, like almost like